The Hebrew text in the Bible has hidden formats. By revealing these formats, I will prove the first writer's words were hidden from you. These formats look like poetry as I group them into small paragraphs. Their grouping will become known as a psalm, and together they become psalms. Let me show you our Creator's 12 commandments, listed in Exodus chapter 20, verses 1 through 17. Any father of a family or his wife who did not obey any one of these 12 commandments, our Creator demanded they bring him a sin offering. Thus, our Creator defined the word sin as not obeying any one of these 12 commandments. Next, I want to show you how I changed one word in Exodus 26, verse 26, the word bars to arches, and the words now reveal the style of the roof for our Creator's tent for meeting with Him. Let me show you the translator's words from the preface of the 1611 King James Bible. They gave 4 reasons for themselves or others to edit the Bible's words. The red arrow at the top points to their 3rd reason to edit the text. By the light and feeling we attained unto ourselves. The next red arrow down points to them giving the title, the Divine, to a clerk named Gregory. The next block of words, they point out they were happy that the first emperor of Rome established the year to the course of the sun. Behind this text means Nebuchadnezzar ordered his kingdom to follow our Creator's calendar when he stopped eating grass. Did you notice the letter S in sun is capitalized? This is to give respect to the Egyptian sun god Ra. Have you seen the Egyptian obelisk in the Vatican's front yard? The last arrow points to your reward for studying the Bible. Your reward is to have a fellowship with the saints and participation of a heavenly nature that will never fade away. There is no such thing as nature to a truthful Christian. Our Creator created everything. By their own words, they were not seeking to know our Creator or Jesus. Not everyone has the knowledge to correct every word. I have an old Bible program that has the New American Standard Bible 1977 concordance to help find a better word. Their concordance has the number of times they use that English word in a parenthesis for that Hebrew word. The translators removed his name, YHVH, to put in 2 titles, Lord and God. I replaced those titles using the letters Y and V as his name. For the Hebrew language does not have a J, O, or W. By using these 2 letters, I am closer to the truth than anyone using J, O, or W for his name. So why is there a single letter O in the Hebrew text 1,095 times? No proper English was used? The blue highlighted text is text that I am removing. The red highlighted words are little words that I'm adding. Gray italic words are words that I added. To respect and honor our Creator, all capital letters in purple are our Creator's words. This is Jesus' prophecy, for I am revealing the first writer's words to tell you the true truths about Jesus. As the text is revealed, you can taste the writer's style of wording. Their words will take your belief to trusting our Creator. You will be watching prophecy before your eyes as I edit true truths back into their psalms. Okay, to begin today, let's see, mic's working, everything's working. Okay, real good. All right, I left off here as part 2, and this is what I have already done in Psalm 78. And this here is the 4-verse format that I found. And this will be the next, the format that I'll be looking for. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back up here to where I left off. And I got a part 2. There we go. Okay. Well, I took it down. I trusted you guys. So I took it down. Okay. Well, their food was in their mouths. The anger of our Creator rose against them and killed some of their stoutest ones and subdued their choicest men of Israel. This is not true here. This story here, the anger of our Creator rose against them. And he didn't kill him. He sent him into the abyss. The ground opened up and sent him into the abyss. You guys said it was confirmed. So I said, okay. I deleted it. I don't worry about it. I just did post another one the next day. I mean, I've got like, 500 videos up. So losing one doesn't matter to me. I got it off to the side that I can break it down and put up the video. So, so this here, this has to be for, and I'm thinking the guy's name was something with a D here. Let me take a quick check. When that opens up, I will look for the name here. Okay, get back up here to the beginning. Where I got the information for me to look at. Well, wow, didn't know I had so many. Exodus. Okay, it has to be before then. Yeah, it started with a D. Here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this. And let me take a screenshot of that so I can get that. Let's see. And do this. Although I'm not sure if Microsoft will let me screenshot it. So let me go over here and do it that way. Then I've got that information, but what I'm talking about is this that happened. They were against Wyvie, and yeah, they were against Moses. And then they assembled. They wanted Moses. They wanted to do others than what Moses was guaranteed. Anyway, so they rose up against him because it's the story that they're talking about. So this isn't what they're talking about. I'm going to put it in blanks in here, and next time I will fill it out correctly when you see it, when it's posted. Okay. Now, in spite of all this, they still sinned. Well, sin wasn't around yet at this time, so that can't be true. And they did not believe his wonderful works. It has to be wonders here, but they also didn't believe that. So wonders are plagues. So this is why I highlight that. Wonders mean, well, I could put it in. Why not just put it in? Plagues. And then His, did not believe, not in his plagues were his work, is a better way to say that. That's why I was having so much trouble. Okay. What am I using F key for? I've been screwing up all day long doing these. But I finally got it to work. But his work or his act. Well, let's see. What would you call our creators? They did not believe his plagues. His work? Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it as his work right now. And they didn't, or they did not believe. Or they did not believe. They did not believe his plagues were his work, were his. Anyways, it's a rough start today. Now, so he brought their days to an end. And this is not needed. This brought their days to an end. He didn't bring their days. He ended their days and their years. We ended their life. With a sudden terror. So this has to be here and here. Hebrew, Aramaic, I love Jacob. What Bible are you using and use the JPEGs for? I'm using the I'm using the New American Standard 1988. And that's because I have this concordance that when I click on a word, I can go over here and see it in Hebrew or Greek, and I get to see how many times that word was used in the text. So that's why I'm using the New American Standard 1977. It's also in the text when you go to BibleHub.com and you search for a word, let's just say Timothy 1:13. I go up here, put that in, and then do 1:13, and I hit that. Down here, you can see it's got this so everybody can follow along. And the best they got is a new, King James here. This is a 1982 version. I don't need to learn either Hebrew or Aramaic because Jesus never spoke in Aramaic. The thing here is it's bad enough that the atheists are editing the Bible, let alone trying to listen to what they're saying. No, he didn't. He went to okay, explain this. You're saying that Jesus spoke Aramaic or Jewish Aramaic. Okay. He went to the poor people. Are you saying all the poor people were bilanguage? They knew two languages? It doesn't make sense. Plain and simple. Here, let me show you something here that Here's the 1611 preface to the Bible. These guys translated it into English. And this is one of the ways that they get to translate the words. By the light and feeling we have attained unto ourselves. Does that sound like Christian? Here they put a D on, a capital D on divine. So a great clerk, Gregory, the divine. So Jesus isn't divine to them. They just put your English Bible together. Here, they're all happy that the first Roman emperor corrected the calendar to the order according to the course of the sun. You're so far off, so wrong, it's not funny. Example here, they actually praised the sun god Ra here by giving a capital S. So you're trusting people that are not actually believers that a creator exists. So whatever you've been listening to or whatever, it's all wrong because they never spoke two languages. Okay. Yes, I am an old man. So I'm Jewish, was Jewish. Well, let's put it this way. So you know about the female goddess then, right? You know what is it they call Kabbalist? Now, here's something about the Kabbalists that you might not know. Here in Malachi 2:11, Judah, the nation, has married the daughter of a foreign god. How do Jews do this? Jews meditate to have sex with a so-called female goddess. Okay? The moon goddess, she's mentioned 3 times in the Old Testament, or in the Hebrew text. This is the sun god Ra on a crescent moon day. Your goddess is connected to the moon. They aren't deities. Here, let me show you something. Do you know that once a year, under this practice of having sex with a so-called female goddess, your maleness retracts inside your body like an animal? So your rabbis are into this practice right here. This is on the Vatican wall, in the corner of it. Commandment. I think you need a lesson in commandments. Here, there's 12 commandments. There's not 10. Okay, and when you're using Elohim, that title is wrong. It doesn't mean God. So here are 12 commandments right there, Exodus 20:1 through 17. So there's never been 10. The other thing, if you've probably seen, no, there's 300 Lord Elohims. It depends on if you're going by yours or if you're going by the Bible. I go by the Bible, and I can tell you. Let's see here. Let me see here. Nope, that isn't Elohim. What did I do with it? Don't tell me I threw it out. Oh boy, I hit the wrong button. Okay, no, wait. Here is the word Elohim. And actually, it's in 2,325 verses, by the way. I know biblical Hebrew. The Talmud. Yeah, the Talmud is the one that talks about the praising the female goddess a lot. but you're wrong on the word Elohim. 2,325 times. So they use it as God this many times. They use it as Goddess twice. They use it as God's 240 times. This is the truth of what I can show you with the text. I mean, the Bible program right here. Look, I can click on Elohim, go over here, search every verse. Whoops, let me bookmark this page first so I can get back to it. You set it on this one. Go like this, go like this, go like this. And now I can click here. And there's they are right there. That's how many times Elohim is in the text. So it's easy to actually show you when the New American Standard put that together that way. So, and if you look at it, if you put the words "our Creator" in these verses, He's creating. So it's actually Creator and not the title God. So the thing there is Elohim is just, it's wrong. It's not God. It's the title, our Creator. If He's actually creating things, isn't He a creator? The title God here with a little g, I mean, they've got it 2,325 times, okay? So the thing here is I checked all those verses, literally, one by one, and I can tell you that the text here reveals that it can't be the title God. It has to be the title our Creator. Our Creator created. See that? Our Creator moved on the surface. Well, this is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. There was nothing. There was an emptiness, and then there was our Creator. And our Creator existed in His emptiness. So then He said, let there be light, and there was light. He created light. Then our Creator saw the light was good, and our Creator separated the light. He created light and dark. So that's, if you really study the text itself and the verses, you'll find that that's what's going on as the truth. What I'm here doing, now, because you've read the Tanakh, and when you see the Tanakh, I know you see a lot of verses in there that look like poetry. So let me show you what happens when you actually do like what I'm doing here. This is the poetry that is actually the first writer's writing. Tanakh. Well, I think the H is silent, isn't it, in Hebrew? So on the end a lot. So it's Tanakh. Tanakh? Yeah, Tanakh. Sorry. Okay, thank you for the correction. Here's the format when you find the real, thank you, real good, Tanakh. Let me make sure I write that down because that's a good correction. I need to remember that. Okay. Well, the thing here is look at the poetry, look at the format here. This is a statement. These two verses connect with a comma and a period, and they become a small paragraph. It repeats, and these two become a paragraph. And then they do this again. They repeat, and they repeat, and they repeat. That's the format that you can find in Psalms. This is Psalm 6. What I did is, this is what I'm doing. I'm doing all the correction to make it truthful. And Psalms aren't poetry. it looks poetry because we have those words today. But this is a psalm. This here group is known as a psalm, and together they are psalms. We've all been deceived by them saying what it is, what psalms are. You can't sing these. These I found, okay, example, this one here, I believe are Nathan's words to David. And then he would have been able to write this text here. But you have to find the hidden formats. And this was in Psalms 8, but you have to do all this kind of correction. And you have to kick out the knowledge of the female goddess in this text to be able to understand how to correct the text. But example, here's another one here. And if you see them, they're just writing about Jesus from time to time. These can't be about David at all times. Example, when I'm working on Psalm 78, it's talking about coming from out of Egypt in all the days of Egypt. So it's actually rehashing what happened there in Egypt. But the thing here is what I've got cleaned up right now to show you the 4-verse format. This here, it looks better when you see it this way. But you can see a 4-verse, a 4-verse, 4-verse, and a 4-verse. And these two grouped together, these two grouped together. Then I've got these two grouped together, but I know there's text missing because I know the story very well. And it was East Manasseh and not, they had Ephraim. The prophet. Let's put it this way. I've actually seen our Creator, and that's the difference between me and everybody else. I don't have a belief. I know our Creator exists. In my YouTube videos, there is a way that you can witness the abyss. Now, the abyss, or Sheol, is a place where you'll meet the dead. And I did not see him. He made me see him. There's a difference. You cannot call our Creator and tell him to see him. If you search the words on YouTube, self-proof of afterlife, that video that you will witness tells you how you can actually not face. No. He shows in that video, I tell you how males can actually go and visit the abyss, have proof of they have a soul, have a proof that there's afterlife. And then if you think you're good enough, I tell you how to battle those out there. And you can call for Satan. I got a description of Satan in there as well. And what they do out there in the abyss. And the abyss is actually your REM state. But when you go into the REM state, you don't really remember it too much. But under this practice that I've listed, you will actually remember everything for the 3.5 hours that you'll be out there. But yes, I've read, I actually own the copyrights to the Old Testament. I really do. You can look my name up in the Library of Congress. I'm the first person in history to do so. And Zechariah, let me see here. You're saying ZECHRAIAH 13:4. And then I go down here to grab the third. I'll grab that in the New King James. And then let me put it up here. Well, let me put it down here. And I gotta see. And then I get rid of these two. Prophets will be ashamed of the prophecies, and they will not put on a hairy robe in order to deceive. Okay, well, the funny thing is when you search that video, self-proof of afterlife, it is repeatable. Every male upon this planet over the age of 13, I suggested for them to do it at least 3 times, but you only really need to do it once to be convinced that you're going to have an afterlife, you have a soul. I know atheists don't believe that, so when I send them to that, they usually don't want to talk about it because I'm giving them a way to witness afterlife. But that path is given to me by our Creator, and in that video, I explain how our Creator made me see Him 7 of the 8 times that our Creator made me see Him. So what I've got here is the verse up here. Also, it came about in that day that the prophets will each be ashamed of his vision when he prophesies, and they will not put on a hairy robe in order to deceive. Well, I'm not of that age, but I can tell you this. What you're seeing here, when I'm breaking open the text, and I know you probably studied Daniel. Daniel is all a 3-verse format. So you can take Daniel over and put it in. I already own the copyrights to it, but on your own, you can go through and see how easy it is to find a 3-verse format, and you're going to know that when you do that, you're going to be able to throw words out that don't belong in the example like you see over here, that these 3 verses have to match, and this here text was being added. And I can show you those are in the manuscripts. So if you just go by the Hebrew text, you have to understand that in Malachi 2:11, Judah, the kingdom, married the daughter of the foreign god. In here, this here is Jeremiah talking about the queen of heaven, which is the moon goddess. And look what they were doing, all of the Judah. The forefathers, their kings, and their priests were marrying this goddess, and they were doing burning sacrifices, pouring out libations, and this is why they went into captivity. Now, they aren't going to tell you, your rabbi ain't going to tell you that. So the thing there is if you don't know this verse here, have your rabbi explain that verse. Because if he doesn't tell you that you meditate to have sex to marry the daughter, then your rabbi's just lying to you. John 17, the Gentiles are, although remember, we must be ecclesiastics. Okay, it says, God, you got the word God's temple. Okay, sorry, I didn't know you didn't do that. I just thought you did study the Talmud, but the object is you're not an Orthodox Jew. Okay, it's not a tabernacle either. When you go to the words in Exodus, Moses was told to build a tent for meeting with him, meeting with our Creator. Okay, and what happens is that the whole tent for meeting with our Creator is defined by Him. So it's a house for meeting with Him. A temple is where a pagan idol is stuck in and you worship that false god. I know about the English letter, J not being there, and it's not quite original, but it's the best we have for everybody that knows who I'm talking about when I say Jesus. No, you don't have two temples. They aren't temples. If you're going to meet our Creator, the priests were meeting our Creator, okay? And he was meeting him in his meeting room. So he's not a false idol god sitting in a temple. You can learn the word temple when Eli's two sons took out the chest that had the 10 commandments or the 12 commandments, and they took it into battle, and then the Philistines grabbed it and they stuck it in their temple, and that temple had a false god and it fell down before them. So I don't care what the scholars are telling you. The text says our Creator named it by saying, build a tent for meeting with me. Okay? And I've argued with some of these guys. They ain't good at when you start bringing up the actual thing. David didn't build a temple. Solomon built the house for our Creator. Yes, it was Solomon. So the thing here is, and remember, he built a forever house. So if he built a forever house, what color was it? And what's it mean by forever? Well, you have to go back to Moses' time and say, when Moses was told to build the house or tent, he built it out of ram hides and goat hides. That's white. That was not a tabernacle. A tabernacle is something that doesn't have. Okay, let me show you something about what you're claiming. Here's something that, if you go into Exodus 26:26 and you change this word bars to arches, this is the roof of his tent. Nobody has been able to figure that out. I did that. This has always been described as his tent. You don't change our Creator's definitions of words. So the thing here is once you understand the tent was made out of ram hides and goat hides, and they're white, if you look at or search Israel quarries, you will find that by Hebron, there is a white granite quarry. David had, they say 80,000 hewers, you only need 8,000, but they hewed granite blocks. If you take the granite blocks as how they built his house for Moses or for Solomon to build a forever house for him, they were granite blocks, not stones. Okay. Well, it's just wrong. I mean, you aren't believing the word. Yeah, I see the second side of the tabernacle here. But I just showed you that these guys here are saying Gregory's the divine that wrote the Hebrew, that wrote the book in English. So this is here is the answer. I mean, they aren't there. I mean, there's an Egyptian obelisk in the Vatican courtyard. And when you read this, how they were happy that the first Roman emperor changed the calendar to the course of the sun, which is the sun god. Well, the thing here is what happened. It means that when Nebuchadnezzar got done eating grass, he ordered all of Babylon to follow the Hebrew calendar, which is the summer solstice, is the beginning of the first day is a holy day, and then they were supposed to celebrate the passing over for 7 more days. So it's the first day to the next first day are all holy days. And the first day of the year or every week is the holy day. It's not a Sabbath, it's a holy day. But in here, look at this. Lastly, and the reward and the study thereof, and that would be the text in the Bible, is to have a fellowship with saints and the participation of a heavenly nature. Heavenly nature? Come on now. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. Well, you got a problem with that, for the simple fact that I'm sitting here and I can pull out the text here and show you that the Hebrew text, I would say out of the 25 books that I really want to hold on to, they have this format in and all over the place, all over. And they actually wrote this way. I need to take a quick break. I gotta hit the bathroom and I'll be back, but just give me a second. Now, I just read that post that you put up there, and that's not true. Here, let me show you something about the English Bible, saying how they translated every word. Let me see, words that don't mean words here. Oops, we're in the wrong one. Okay, let me show you something real quick here. This here is really funny because when I click on the word boy, I got the boy over here, but the New American Standard Concordance tells me you used it once for girl. Here's a desert, and it's used as a man's name 4 times. If I click on the word dove, I'm getting this guy's name once. I click on this nation, and I get this guy's name 3 times. Okay? Now here's something real interesting. I can click on the word which, and I got this word. It's used once. Okay? But how can the word which mean all these other words? Okay? Now the thing here is I know that each Hebrew, there's a word in Hebrew for each of those words. Example, the word so is this word here. Come down here, they're using it 7 times as this word. It doesn't mean it 5 times. Show me 5 times here in the word which. How can that be storehouse, reason, anyone, deadly, or powder? It can't be. It can't be those words. I can't go from a word dove, the word dove, okay? Look at that. The word dove is here, and yet they've used it for a man's name. The word desert, they're using as a man's 4 times. So who needs to study the Hebrew text when I can look in here in the concordance and see that they're using other words for this word? See, people have been just deceived by people trying to tell you things for the female goddess side of the text. I've got, let me show you something here. I wonder if these words are in your book. Where is it? Let me show you something here. I can find these words in, what is it? Psalm 29, where our Creator's voice is upon the waters, and Wivey is over the waters. His voice is powerful. His voice is majestic. It breaks the cedars. Okay, and it breaks in pieces the cedars in Lebanon, makes Lebanon skip like a calf, and this is some kind of mountain, like a young. How can that happen? Now this is quite unique. The voice of Wivey hews out fires of flame, or flames of fire. Now, do you really think our Creator has that kind of, is that way? I mean, here, look at this. Smoke went up out of his nostrils, fire from his mouth. That's what's in Psalm 18. Take a look in your psalm and see if this is your God in the Psalms. That smoke went up his nose and out fire out his mouth. No, I'm not. That's the text just as it is. It says this. That's exactly what it says. Let's see, Psalm 18:18. Let me go here. Let me go here. 18:8, and go like this. Whoops. Yeah, Psalm 18:8. Look at this. Smoke went up out of his nostrils. Okay. Smoke went up out of his nostril. Every Bible here, smoke went up out of his nostril. So all the Bibles are saying smoke. He breathed out smoke. Okay. And fiery flames spewed from his mouth. That's our Creator they got. They got a volcano God in the Bible. Okay. If it's metaphorical, all words are metaphorical. That's just the thing, that they aren't. See, you're trying to convince me that only you know how to interpret these words. And that isn't what it is. Everybody reads the same words and they're given the truth that that's what it says. Are you thinking that every word is not truthful? I know it's not truthful. That's why I'm pointing out stupid words like this. I mean, that's example. Let me get here. Watch this. Whoops. I need to get back here. Now watch this. John 1:5. Okay. Now watch. Let me just grab the New American Standard 78. Okay. Now all these say is pretty much the same thing, but I want to blow this up so you can see it. Let me go down here and put it right here. Now pay attention. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not comprehend it. The word it is describing our Creator's light that is in darkness. When you read the text, you will find that it talks about our Creator's light as an it. An it. Let me see, because I've been doing these on okay. Here's stupid Jesus. Okay, Jesus is saying, and they came to hear Solomon, and indeed a greater than Solomon is here. Jesus doesn't even know how to describe himself. Indeed greater. The New American Standard says something greater. But not just it, something greater than a pagan temple. Now Jesus up here, okay, here's Jesus defining himself as an it. No, I tell you what, you should actually try to find the hidden formats. You should try to find the hidden formats, because I can show you their hidden formats all over the place. Let me show you here. Nope. Where are the... Okay, here. Oh, let me blow it up. No. How come they ain't showing up? Okay, let me see here. It's not coming up in that. Let me open it up in a different way here. Because it's important for you to actually see that what I'm talking about here. No, I want Genesis. Where's my Genesis? Come on, I just did them. Genesis. No, that's how you start with Genesis, but no, Man, I wasn't prepared for you. I'm not religious. I told you, I don't have belief. Our Creator made me see Him 8 times. It's not a game I'm playing here. I can tell you He's a being of light. That way you know that the house that I just told you about, made out of white granite blocks, the angels shone in white. They were in their glory in white. As Psalm 44 or 42 talks about how the priest would bow to the mercy seat in the light of his presence. So our Creator's presence was being shown as a light to them in the meeting house with Him. Now, come on. Oh, I'm having a hard time. I should have had these all ready, and I don't. Okay, found them finally. Let's see. Okay, here's Genesis. Moses is said to see his face, yes. But what you, I can show you Psalm 42 here. I think it's 42. Let me get this back over here, and Psalms I've done. Let me see, is it 42? 40s. No, it's 44. 44, it will say these words right here in everyone's text. And your light of your presence. Now I've edited that it's your light. And the light, it said the light of your presence. Our Creator was showing up, according to the Psalms 44, a light of your presence. Okay? So the thing here is this, that's in 44 that our Creator. Now, Abraham seen our Creator face to face because he talked to him when on earth. So our Creator can say that yes, or he can say, or he can be any form he wants to be. The thing here is he made himself known to Abraham by walking up to him and telling him that I'm going to trash Sodom and Gomorrah. So, but you got to take a good look here at Psalm, and I'm showing you what you're seeing in your book, that all you have to go is look for the hidden format, and you can correct it, and you'll see that these words don't even meet the format. You know, this has to be tossed out. There's so many words here in the text that needs to be corrected and thrown out, but you can find the format. See, and I started in 1996. So I've been at this a long time. So, but it's which people don't understand. Whoops, what text am I working on? I'm Psalm 78. Oh, Psalm to edit. But here, the Bible in John 5:1-5 calls our Creator's light and it. So you can't argue about that when you see that. Let me show you something that's also funny here that I think that people like to talk about using books from Paul, Apostle Paul. But the problem is that Oh, okay, real good. Because Jesus defines what blasphemy is, and it's actually a curse against our Creator. And then people like to talk about Saul being an important person, but Saul says right here, although I was a former blasphemer, and Jesus says here, they're never be forgiven and guilty forever. And people believe the 12 books of Apostle Paul. So I think you're using the Hebrew words for those. I use the English words. So, but the thing here is Jesus says he'll never be forgiven, and but he wrote 14 books, so you got to throw all 14 of those books out, because if not, you make Jesus a liar, or you call into question all Jesus's words. But in the Hebrew text, you can find Jesus a lot once you know actually the Hebrew word for Jesus is Yah. Let me show you here how, well, this is our Strong's Concordance. So you guys might have a different concordance. Is true. No, that's not really right. That's not really right. Let me show you. Let me show you. Jesus. When you look at Psalm 149 and you see the word Yah here, okay, then you put Yah here, and you have to understand that after David's time, they had a new song to sing, and that's about salvation. But the thing here is if you put the word Yah here and praise him in the congregation, rejoice in their king, praise his name. What's his name? Praise Yah. So the definition, the actual real Hebrew word that they had for Jesus is Yah. And I think it might be spelled with 2 H's. New American Standard had to change a lot of this text to make it their own, so they had copyrights to it. You're making up your own thing. No, I'm not. Right there. For example, I can go over here and say, how many times did he speak in these words here? Because all these verses, if you type in Yah, Yah, our Lord, we have an everlasting rock. Make his path straight. Yah. I shall not see Yah in the land of the living. Right here. That means they were to wait for Jesus. And yet when you put the word Yah here in the Hebrew, we know that they're talking about Jesus not being seen or being seen. So right there is the Hebrew word. Yet they say it's the name of the God of Israel. I'm saying it's the king from Israel. Okay? Or the king from Israelis. So the thing here is you got to take a good look at Psalm 38. Or no, this is Isaiah 38. Yeah, this is Isaiah 38. So, well, that's not really true either. See, the thing here is what we have is Strong's lettering here. And we know when we speak Hebrew, sometimes the last letter is missing, so we have it here. And we also know there's no J, O, or W. So when you say Yahweh, that isn't as correct as this word here. And if you pronounce just the 2 letters, Yavah, in Hebrew, then you are closer than whatever you got typed up here. And the thing here is when you go look for his name like that, which I can show you here, It is as the proper name of the God of Israel. Okay, the proper name. Not that it means something other than that. And Strong's did this his concordance in 1860, I believe. So here was a Hebrew specialist in 1860 that said this is the proper name of God, okay, of Israel. But they did replace it 6,825 times for 2 titles, okay? So that's the problem there. But even Yah, they use those capital letters 48 times. That's what's so dangerous about this Bible program that is no longer in existence. When I was posting this on the web when there was probably less than 10 million web pages, the New American Standard Concordance is no longer in existence to the public. The Bible program that you see right here, it doesn't exist anymore. Same thing. No, you're wrong because this guy was a Hebrew specialist. Okay? The proper name of God of Israel. Okay? Everybody knows that this is his name. In fact, I can show you verses where our Creator says, well, I can't show you right now, I don't have them, but I know that he says, my forever name is YHVH. That's what he says. He says, you should actually search all these verses and put them together, and the words themselves will define what the meaning is of the word. For example, our Creator said, I made man male and female. So if you use the word man to mean only a male, you're using a secular word and not our Creator's definition. That's why I say when our Creator defined his tent for meeting with him, I will never call it a temple because I know that's a pagan word for putting an idol in. You can't have one word meaning too many different things because like the word tabernacle, they would say sanctuary too. Our Creator don't need no sanctuary. Let me tell you right now. So let's put it this way. You tell that rabbi that I'm here telling you that he's having sex with the so-called female goddess and his penis is retracted inside his body once a year. Okay, you tell him that and he ain't going to come over here because it's plain and simple. I've already argued with 5 leading rabbis around the United States, New York City, Dallas, Texas, Los Angeles, and Chicago. 5 leading rabbis. I couldn't ping and find the other guy where he was from. But let me tell you, I went all over the place, took them back and forth, and they didn't know the text as well as I did. Okay, so you can bring a Hebrew over here, a rabbi over here, fine and dandy. But you tell him, tell him that he is having sex with the so-called female goddess. Okay, and his dick is actually retracting his body once a year. I showed you those pictures. I mean, this is, well, let's put it this way. I know you've probably seen these pictures. You've seen this. You've seen those pictures. They're setting to have sex with a so-called female goddess on this crescent moon day. Okay? This is all they're talking about is what's going on inside their body. You just check this word out right here. It isn't a very dense book. Look, the Hebrew language has only got like, 40,000 words, if that, back then. So I've never heard of Tova or Tovai. Well, he's a singer, I guess. Okay, here, let me show you something that I called to all rabbis' attention here about Jesus. You've heard he has 7 spirits, right? Here, Isaiah 11:2. And the spirits of the Lord will rest upon him. The spirit of wisdom, the spirit of understanding, the spirit of counsel, the spirit of strength, the spirit of knowledge, and the spirit of the fear of Yahweh. Okay? And he will delight in the fear of Yahweh. Okay? I don't need to be saved. I've seen, our Creator has made me see him 8 times. I'll tell you what, self-proof of afterlife, when you do that, you'll know that I am not normal, okay? I have no, and if, in fact, why don't you go and battle them? I mean, I've got the stories of how you can become like them out there and become gods and make things. I've been out there so many times. They tried to kill me so many times. So the thing here is well, Jesus, it talks about here as not being as a conquering king, okay? And the thing here is and it says the Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him. Well, when he was baptized, the heavens opened and a fog breath came and descended upon Jesus like a dove, okay? Now, the thing here is let's take a look at those words. Where am I? Yeah, these words. Down here, Jesus went immediately up from the water, and behold, the heavens. Notice how they have the word heavens. No, it's not that. Don't. You're interpreting the words the way you need them. You've been taught that. If you throw that out, your knowledge out, and start going through the words themselves and trusting the words, and then throwing out the over-salted words, like smoke coming out of his mouth or his nose and flames coming out of his mouth, you'll start to realize that's not true. Now, example, do you know where heaven is located from earth? Seriously, are you? Do you? In Psalm 48:2, in only the New American Standard, tells us where heaven is located from earth. It says Mount Zion is in the far north. Okay. That is the North Star, and the star's motion creates this mountain in the sky. And above there is where the great king, Jesus, is going to have his kingdom. So the thing here is when you talk about heavens, now you know where Moses raised his staff and asked our Creator for the plague to happen is because he looked towards the North Star, okay? And then he asked for the plague. This is where Jesus looked to ask for a blessing or a miracle to feed the people. So the thing here is this is where heaven is located. Now, I can show you all the Bibles down here on the northern edge, the uttermost parts of the north. They've got it all distorted on the sides of the north. But you go look, this word in Hebrew is north. The word sides is not really being interpreted right. It means far north, okay? So now you know where the location of heaven is at. And remember, this second heaven where the stars motion, it makes the mountain, that's Mount Olympus that the Greek puts their gods at. In Asia, that's known when you go up there and look down, that's God's point, God's view of looking at Earth and understanding all the stars as well. So this Mount Zion is our Creator's mountain, and above the North Star is where heaven is located. So that's what's can be easily pointed out when you actually study the text and get these words correctly. So I need to shut off some of these. Yep, and I'm here. But you're altering the text. No, I'm not. I'm fixing the text. I'm fixing the text. I'm throwing out words that don't belong. Example, here it is. They did not believe his wonders. Oops. That's what the text says, wonders. But it's actually the plagues. Now, this means that this text is talking about the coming out of Egypt. But do you know he performed 2 other miracles? And the miracles were, he parted the Red Sea, and the ground opened and swallowed up Donath or whatever his name is, and the other 3 guys, a group of family and everything, into the abyss. Those were the 2 miracles that our Creator did for Moses. Okay? So the plagues are known as wonders. So all I'm doing is correcting the word to be truthful and say, let's get rid of the word wonders and put in the word plagues. And then I had to add his works. Because if you understand the plagues, you can actually see that they weren't happening one day after another day. They happened over weeks. So that's why these guys didn't believe it. They would thought all those frogs that came up, that's possible, but our Creator didn't do it. That's the guys here that are saying they did not believe, okay, in this verse here. And that's why I was correcting it, because this is when he killed them and returned to search, they didn't do that. This is all not true. Because if you know the story that the ground opened up and they ascended alive, your text will say into Sheol. But actually the word is abyss. The language at that time, example, the surface is known as the land. Underneath it is the ground. So when you walked up to a river, you still see land under the water. And then the ground was underneath that. Adonai is only used as the title Lord, such as a lord of a people, he's lording over them, or he has a large estate where he's got many servants working for him. He's a lord over them. That's the title Lord, like a master over them. So that's where you get Adonai. And if I go to Adonai here, how come I don't have that? And actually they spell it 2 different ways, this way and this way. And it's Lord all the time. And it's Lord, and it's used as the word master. Well, that's because our Creator made me see him. And there's nobody that knows the text more than I do. You name something, and I'll tell you what will happen. At one time, I could actually tell you the 12 priests, the 9 priests that start with the letter Z, and their wives, nine wives, had the letter Z. At one time, they give me a test at work to see what I could do, and I put all those 9 together. I knew that their name, their husband's name, or their wife's name, all of them in Z. So I've lost that knowledge, but I've no more than that, because those are not really true stories. There's so much wrong with the text once you start realizing that the English Bible was brought over and translated by men who meditate to have sex with a female goddess. They wouldn't have put the words Gregory is the divine in there. They wouldn't have been all happy that they changed our Creator's calendar under Rome. Because today, all the days of the week, all the months are named after pagan gods. And I thought Rome was supposed to be one who is teaching us about our Creator and we're going to heaven. And they didn't. They aren't. They aren't doing that. Your reward is just to have a heavenly nature. Actually, the prophecy of me is that they are not going to witness me. The prophecy is from Jesus. Jesus's prophecy. Jesus's prophecy states these in 2 different ways, okay? This is one story and this is another story. And the helper is all in the brown text here, okay? And that is me. He will not speak of his own wants. He will speak and reveal them what came from me. And that's what I'm doing, okay? He will respect me and will not take mine from me, and declare to them all our Father has done for mine, which are his servants going to heaven, okay? Now, he will have a soul for truth, okay? I will ask our Father and give them a helper, and his help, I will be with them forever, okay? I guess I got to put a couple more brown text in here. But in here, it says, he will bear his witnessing of me. He will bear his witnessing of me. So let me tell you, in that video, Self-Proof of Afterlife, I tell you that the last time our Creator made me see him, from his light came out a cross and vibrated. Okay, that's the best way I can describe what happened. Then I decided that I better go take a look at at the 4 books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Because up until that point, I was rejecting Jesus because I know about the sex practice that they have with the female goddess. I can tell you I even did that. I can tell you I watched my penis actually start shrinking 1 hour before sunset on that day. Just smaller, 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 smaller. I didn't let it retract inside my body, but I can tell you that's what happens when our Creator gives you the knowledge of everyone out there, all the highest sex practices on the earth. And so the thing here is when I'm talking about correcting the text, I'm talking about getting rid of their crap that's in the Bible. Matthew, let me show you something here, because I've already done all the books. Jesus is teaching. Matthew. Oh, that's the wrong file finder. I can find, where are the documents? Okay, Matthew. Okay. Here's my editing of Matthew. Since we have a genealogy in Luke and a genealogy in Matthew, you can't trust either one of them. Okay, well, I'm going to find that. I'm going to go to, let's see, Matthew 15. $15.22. Okay. Now just think that they have the word Canaanite in there. Now, do you know the Canaanites were all killed and ran off the land in the promised land? So here they have the text saying in Matthew 22 that all of a sudden a Canaanite woman, after 1,500 years ago, still exists on their land. Okay. So that's the problem with that. Okay. And cried out to him, have mercy on me, Lord. You are their son from David, and my daughter has a cruel demon possessed. Okay. I have got that cleaned up. The foreign woman came and cried out to him, have mercy on me, my Lord. You are the son, you are their son from David, and my daughter has a demon. What's wrong with that verse now when I've cleaned it up? Mark, you don't understand what the word gospel means. So let me show you what how Jesus defines the word gospel. So you understand that Jesus defined many words, okay? So did you know Jesus defined what is Holy Spirit? But here, let me show you gospel. In these verses, Jesus is describing that he is the one teaching his gospel. Well, the object is the Canaanite. They don't exist no more. They were killed off because they were pagans. They were having sex with their children. They were having sex with each other. They were having sex with animals. That is why our Creator killed all the women and children, and they ran from the land. Okay, they weren't allowed there. And when the 12 tribes actually owned the land, you think they were going to allow a pagan back in there? One Canaanite woman is actually going to remember she's a Canaanite 1,500 years later? That's just crazy. Okay? But here's the thing. Jesus is describing that his words are about his kingdom, is his gospel. Matthew doesn't read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That is not a gospel. They have the stories of Jesus teaching his gospel, yes. But that was in the favorable year of our Lord. But the thing here is the word gospel is used wrong once you understand Jesus defines gospel. Here, let me show you how Jesus defines what a Pharisee is. A Pharisee, okay? He says that they set themselves in the seat of Moses. What did Moses do? Come on, you know that answer. He was a judge. They love to sit in the front seats of the synagogue. Okay? That means they like to be a very important people up front. But the only thing is, they tell you that a Pharisees is an off-sect of Judaism. Yet the thing here is can't be. Jesus is defining them. They sit in the chairs of Moses, in the chair of Moses. That's a judge. So the Pharisees is actually a judge. In fact, someone who prophesied, I don't know what the letter T is, but maybe that might be a mistake. Yes, Moses was a judge and leader. He wasn't really a prophet. Our Creator worked through him. They knew that our Creator worked through him. Moses, our Creator made him a judge by judging all the people and making him also a leader to lead them out. Okay? And remember this. Here's something really cool about Moses. And I'm pretty sure you know the stories. Moses could not speak Hebrew. And you got to think about, well, how is that true? Because where did he learn it? They say that he was someplace in Saudi Arabia, but that can't be true. But the thing here is when he left, he returned very soon. Because they say he returned when he was 89, but if he returned at 89, there would be nobody, the children there to fight the war when they go to battle. So the number 89, nobody trusts the years. But Aaron met with Moses. Our Creator told Aaron to meet with him. Now, when they went and talked to the leaders, it was Aaron that explained to them about Moses. Moses couldn't speak Hebrew, but he could speak very good Egyptian. Now, who was Aaron to be able to walk right into the king's palace? That's because Aaron had to be the go-between the king and the Hebrew people that he was having them making stones. So he had to, now Aaron knew how to speak 2 languages. That's why they could just walk right in, is because the king would accept him to come in and talk to him. But he brought Moses along, and when Moses was speaking perfect Hebrew to the king, that's what happened there. Moses never wrote the books for the simple fact that Aaron had to interpret to the 12 tribes, leaders. So once you think of how things should be true, then you know that it surely wasn't Moses who wrote the first 5 books, as they say. He didn't even know how to speak Hebrew. He needed Aaron. And then can't remember his son after him, but anyways, words in the text will give you definitions of the word. And you were talking about Isaiah 53, where Jesus is supposed to suffer. These are the words that talk about suffering right here. So, but that's the text you were talking about. But I appreciate you coming here and talking to me, I guess. So I do appreciate that. I really hope you go and watch that video. It isn't let's put it this way. I knew a guy that studied 9 years of Hebrew. And this guy was very serious because he was into his 3rd year of Greek. And when I pulled out this program in front of him and started correcting him that these words can't mean exactly what it says, In fact, every Bible to own the copyrights needs to change the words. So there's no way that any of them are actually telling you what the truth of the Hebrew words are. All we have is text in English that we have to know all the stories to be able to correct the text correctly. So, the example, you will not find anybody else praising our Creator in the text. I put all capitals and put them in a different color. That was Joshua that wrote the books. That's funny because actually, well, you haven't corrected the text around the text to be able to. I know you're telling me what you have learned and understood, but that's just not. Example. If I ask you what a sin is, do you know what a sin is? A sin is defined by our Creator. And our Creator said that if you didn't obey any of the 12 commandments, you were to bring a sin offering. So there's only 12 sins. Okay, that's it. Our Creator defines not obeying the 12 commandments as a sin by saying a sin offering. Now, that is our Creator defining what sin is. No. See, that's the problem. You're taking words that are there and then saying that isn't what they mean. And that's the problem I've got. You're saying what I'm reading is not what it means. So it means that you have interpreted the way you want it to be, not the way it reads. And that's funny to me, because everybody who starts out reading the Bible reads the words exactly they are. In fact, the first time they read it, they're looking to see, and they're only paying attention to, am I bad like that guy, or am I good like the other guy? It is not about Israel. That is not about Israel. Why do I have this one? No. Okay, use no stately form or majesty, and it took no appearance that we should be attracted to him. Now, how come all these words are him instead of not meaning Jesus, or not meaning what you got? Israel. These are words about Israel, who is Jacob, who became Israel. He was despised. He himself, all these he's. Was he smitten by God? Really? Was he killed by God? Was Israel killed by God, or did he die of old age? He didn't give Joshua the covenant. There's no such thing as a covenant. If you describe the covenant, you know it's promises, promise. Here, when we start with Abraham, who is then Abram to Abraham, I will establish my covenant and make from you kings shall come forth from you. And then down here, it's in him, not in him, but from him, all the nations of earth will be blessed. And then we have down here, in your seed, from your seed. So from the seed of Abraham shall come a king who will, that the whole world will be blessed because of him. And the blessing is, the reward is they get to go to heaven. But that isn't you go look at all those laws, they don't mean much. There were statutes. The statute that Abraham for circumcision. There was a statute for the priests that had to be oil poured over their head to allow to be worked in the courtyard or go into the house. There was a statute that they must celebrate the passing over of the first day of the calendar year. Those statutes are a must. There is not a written statement, but the statement we learned that Elijah and David both had a prophet anoint a king. So we know that the oil was used to anoint a king. So the thing here is it's going, you have statutes as the highest. Then you have 12 commandments. Those 12 commandments are the agreement or another promise by our Creator that all things, that by obedience of their people, between the people that came out of Egypt, and there was Egyptians with them, so they weren't all Israelis that come out of there. But that agreement was to go through their descendants forever, that they must obey the 12 commandments, because if not, they were outcasts. You need to be forgiven for these. These were needed a sin offering. You needed to also have, Jesus becomes the priest that replaces the other priest that goes in and would talk to our Creator, that by the light of his presence, they would ask whether that person is forgiven. Our Creator has said he can now allow anyone he wants into his kingdom. The priesthood doesn't mean anything no more. They were corrupt. Then this is the blessing for all nations, starting way back at Abraham's time. Who is this king that's doing this? See, that's the problem you got. When I started showing the rabbis this, they went nuts because they never read it that way. Who is this king that shall come forth from you, that all nations of earth will be blessed? Who is this? Then when you understand the word blessed is actually salvation, but he didn't need to use the word salvation here. But there it is. This king is going to be the king of all the nations of the earth. So the suffering that he done by obeying our Creator's will, Jesus was willing to die the way our Creator told him to die. Remember that the preparation day for the Passover meal, you have to understand that that was the morning that they arrested him. Okay? So the thing here is when you understand that he suffered on the cross, is not to save our sins, but to be doing one step above Abraham. Abraham was willing to kill his son. That's righteousness. Jesus was willing to die the way our Creator did, because that preparation day in the morning, he went and he talked to our Creator and said, let your will be done, not my will. So the thing here is this king had to suffer, from Isaiah, these words here, had to suffer these. And this is what it was. When Isaiah seen this vision and he wrote it, he tells you that look, all this that describes right here, if you don't understand Jesus when he was led away and when he was talking to Pilate, that he didn't talk back to Pilate? This type of thing. He didn't put up a fight. He didn't struggle. He sat there. In fact, they in the courtyard, they even spat in his face, what the text says. Jesus didn't get all excited. They beat him. He didn't fight back like a lamb. Okay, a lamb is a 1-year-old sheep or ram. So this here text, when you read it, who did all these? Because we know Isaiah or Israel died of old age. Can't be him. Joshua can't be him either. Joshua's death we don't even have recorded in the text. There's 800. There's many years missing from the text itself. Let's see. I need my timeline. This timeline of the kings and the dates you see on both sides, these numbers aren't saying it's 38 years. It's saying in these 38 years, these things happened in relation to this 38 years, because 38 years here and then these 35. So that isn't what you're looking at here. But there are missing text. Where is it? Yeah, right here in red. When Joshua goes into the promised land, the last words we have about Joshua is passing out the promised land. The next thing we have is in the last, I think, verses in Kings 2, and the beginning of Kings 2 has a little bit about Samuel and Eli, and then you have Samuel 1 and 2, where Eli is the last judge, but really Samuel is the last judge, because he comes a judge. But we have no understanding from Joshua's years to Elijah in any of the texts. It's just not there. So the thing here is you got to understand all these kings, all these, what they did and why they did what they done. I know all their stories, so I can jump around and do whatever, talk about whatever one you want to talk about. But that is missing in the Bible, those 300 years, and I'm estimating 300. So, but that's the knowledge that I've been given. So, let's see here, get rid of that. But if you don't understand, I think you're interpreting the text the way you've been taught and not the way to read it. It's like they have to talk you into not thinking these words mean what they mean. That's the strange thing about how all teachers do this. Even I can listen to the preachers and they are so wrong about so many things. I mean, here's a real good, here's something very unique. Let's see, I want to get to, yeah, I want to open up this. Now, when they made up this map, or Joshua did this, do you know why in the order, the way these tribes, why they were assigned this? And this is very unique, and it's a very honest question. For the simple fact that you have to know the story about our Creator in the Sinai, telling them to camp around him in the birth order. 3 on the south side. I don't know whether it's 3 on the east side or west side. And we know that Ephraim, they took Levites. Then this here, they divided, so we can't really count that. And then you can see the other three on the east or west side, don't know. And then the three on the north side, this would have been Joseph. But the object is that this birth order, the text cannot change. So when you go into the books and you start reading about Jacob and how they're born, his sons are born, if they don't follow this, that text is wrong. For the simple fact they couldn't change how people lived for 1,000 years. But the text, they manipulated that these guys are all born at different times. But the truth is once you understand that that's how they were told to camp around them in birth order, and then you see this as the birth order, you can't help but say that what's going on with my text. So okay, now let me get back to actually correcting the text. Okay, part 2 of Psalm 78, and I am saying that these words are not truthful, and the two verses I need are not here to make this true, because this is talking about the time at which let me see if I have that pulled up here. Where is this one? Right here. These three men came against Moses. And these are the ones that our Creator is going to tell them to separate from him. And when they finish speaking, the ground under them opened and they descend alive into the abyss, and the ground closed over them. That is the second miracle that our Creator worked for Moses. The first was the Red Sea. Now, that's what needs to be put into this text. Okay? Now, when it comes to this text needing to be corrected, the wonders, we now have to go backwards because it's not following in order. It shows that they did not believe, and that's the guys up here that I was talking about. In spite they did not believe his wonders. His wonders were known as the plagues because otherwise they would use miracles as going through the Red Sea and the ground opening up. So this verse here, this group, has to go above this group here when I get to put the text in the correct order. So he brought their days to an end and their years. He brought their life. This is wrong. It has to be their life. And since the word day is wrong, it needs to be corrected. This is out, doesn't need to be here, isn't telling the truth. And this, he brought their life to an end. And I don't need the word so. Now this, it once rose up against them, and we have those words, and maybe I can come up with them. Bingo. This is what's going to happen here. So now comes the text. Boy, is that YouTube is really far behind now. And I've only been going 2 hours. And that is really, really sad. That's such a delay on YouTube. But I'm hoping the text is on, well, I think the texting is better. Let's see here. So a lot of what I'm telling you and I was showing you, I don't know if you're seeing in real time, because I'm looking over now and I'm seeing that I'm only now talking about the 12 tribes and how come they exist the way they do. So, but I need to grab some water here just a second. Well, I'm looking at to see if Kick is actually better than YouTube. And I see that it is over the delay because this has on screen what's on Kick right now. So Kick is a lot better than YouTube. He brought about their life to an end in sudden terror. And I just defined that. So now well, they descended into the abyss. They didn't do any of this. We wouldn't know about them. So that's wrong. Now, they remembered our Creator was their rock and the Most High God, their Redeemer. Now, this text here where it says Most High, I can go over here and pull this up, and when I'm notice, let me correct a few things here. This program is not working the way I'd like it to. Titles. When I go to the title Most High, they use it as Most High, but they use it all the time, 33 times. And if you're saying Most High, how come you can't say highest, or the highest high? Okay, it should be highest. Meaning the words are being extrally said. So that is what I'm going to put into the text here. And when you see that, we know that they're talking about Jesus. Because it's not the word the, it is our. When you see the word like that, this is not needed. Then this gets taken down. And this is added. And high, our highest high. This would be red. This would be red. And here, even though, let's see, 36, I don't have it like this. So this has got to be EL. they would use the Hebrew word El at this time. Okay, I'm so far away from where I was at. So I got to move down to 35. And then show you here that this here is, I got El, and they use it as God. Okay? But the thing here is when we're talking about Jesus, it isn't God, it's Yah. They're talking about Yah. So I need to do this, bring this over, and they're talking about Yah, and he's not a redeemer, he's the Savior. And that's Jesus's title. He is going to allow you to enter into heaven. And Psalms 10 is the only verse that we know that we can say these words mean people will enter into heaven. So the word redeemer is not true. Savior. You got that from salvation. So when our Creator talks about the salvation for us, talking about Yah having a kingdom in heaven, he's our Savior. He's our highest high from Israel. So, and they remembered our Creator was their rock. We know that this is wrong. Our Creator is not a part of his creation. He is separate, although everything is him. So, but to demean him by saying he's just a rock, that's wrong. They remembered our Creator and our highest high, Yah, their Savior. So these two definitely get that type of punctuation. But they deceived him with their mouth and lied to him with their tongue. For their heart was not steadfast. This is just added word in the middle of it, this here. But they deceived him with their mouth and lied to him with their tongue. No. What is this actually? What is the story behind this? They didn't do that. Now, when they were deceiving, this was mankind on inside the land, that they were saying that you can become a god and save yourself or save your own soul. They believed the practice that they had allowed them to become a star in heaven. That's why you'll read host of heaven. But the thing here is that was the deceivement by Satan. So the thing here is the argument here for these words would have to be mankind deceived us of him with their mouth and lied of him with their tongue, meaning they started distorting the text. Okay? Now, they deceived him, and then they lied to him, because now the text was showing up. Jesus asked them a couple times, who do they say the Son of David is? Okay, that's what he was making the point. How did they relate to David not being the son from David, being who he is, a Savior to have a kingdom in heaven? So that's what Jesus was questioning them about here in this verse. but they deceived him with the, but they deceived us. But then they're going to be back in the Sinai again. But I got to correct the text where I know I can. But they deceived us. As I said about they deceived us with their tongue. So this word doesn't need to be here. You know, they deceived us with their from their mouth. They deceived us from their mouth and lied to him and lied to us. This has to be out too with their tongue, but those two would connect like that. And these next two seem to want to connect to it. But this is talking about they're rejecting Jesus. They deceived us. We remember, yeah, it wouldn't be they, it would be we. We, whoops. We remembered. No. We know our Creator. It has to be the word know. Know our Creator. And our highest high, Yah, our Savior. Whoops. Yah, our Savior. They deceived us from their mouth. And lied to us with their tongue. For their hearts. You got to have more than one heart. Their hearts were trying to think if the word steadfast is really the right word. For their hearts let me see what other word they use in the steadfast. Steadfast 6 times. Their hearts were not I can't find a word right now of what I would like to say in that verse. Here it has to mean, for their hearts were not true or truthful. For in their hearts they were not truthful. From their hearts they were not truthful. Truthful is going to be the word. Steadfast, but then again I should make it, make it as I'm adding it. Nor did they trust. Nor did they trust. That's not T. Trust is prophecy about Jesus. And this was our Creator's promise as well, but it was his prophecy they didn't believe about Jesus. Just like the guy I was talking to earlier. Nor did they trust his prophecy. But he, being compassion, forgave their wickedness and did not spare them. Okay, now this. When Moses pleaded with them, that is where this text is coming from. Because this and this are not the same. Because this didn't happen until David's time. And these go together. But this, yeah, I'm going to have to say that this is a piece stuck in the middle here, because they don't go together. There's no way that when we're talking about coming out here. Now, it might go at the end of the story, but it doesn't go here. But now, when he forgave them, it was when Moses was saying to those guys that I was talking about that they didn't want Moses to leave. I believe our Creator had told them that I will kill all of them. And Moses said, well, if you do that, then the Egyptians are going to say that you let them out and killed them out here. So what's the big deal about you being our Creator then, if you weren't going to make a nation out of us? So something like that. I can only make up with words what Moses had said, but that was it. And then our Creator said, okay, I will be compassion and I will not kill all of them. So that's where this text has come from. What is the meaning of Moshe? I don't need a meaning for the name. Why would I need a meaning for a name? I don't need a meaning for a name. I know that Queen gave him that name for said she pulled him out of the water. But meanings of names mean nothing. It's the way you are to our Creator that establishes whether you have a righteousness or not. It's not important that he was pulled out of the waters. There's no meaning to that. That means, look, if you want to talk about the Kabbalist way that they're looking at it, meaning drew him out of the waters, it means not losing your seed. You aren't masturbating all the time, okay? If you look at the text that way, no, the problem is that you don't understand the Kabbalist practice. That it's about, the problem they had was flood, the great flood that covered the whole earth. Well, that was because they couldn't stop their seed from coming out of their body. They didn't know how to do that. That's the problem. Our Creator, give me the answer how not to release my seed. I'll tell you the side effect of not letting your seed out of your body. You don't age. People think I'm 44, 45 years old. Hell, I'm 67 years old. So the thing here is my youth confuses them. Okay? But the only thing is you're making up meanings to mean things. Isaiah, you got to remember about Isaiah. Okay? Where's timeline? Isaiah. Let's talk about Isaiah for a second. 90. Do you know Isaiah existed at this time? Hezekiah? I got rid of the IAH. Ezekiel. Now this guy here, a king, put the female goddess idol that he was having sex with in his house. That means the priests were okay with it. He had built horse god altar. So the thing here is Isaiah was at this time because he was arguing about these things. No, see, they're putting metaphorical meanings on everybody not having sex with the so-called female goddess. Everybody having sex with the female goddess and stopping the flood, not stopping the water being released all the time. So the thing is you got to understand that you don't know what you're talking about. You're listening to guys that are not. You ask them, and I'm very serious. Ask them, is there a creator who created everything? Everything, meaning the stars, the moon, the earth, my soul, my body. He created everything. Ask them that and see how far off they take you running away that they don't want to answer that question. I am serious. In fact, I'll tell you what. No, I'm not going to get into that. But the object is ask them why they were sent away from the land as not as our Creator said, that you don't obey the 12 commandments and put another God before me. I'm telling you, you're being sent away from the land into captivity. Ask them that, because you got to remember Isaiah or Jeremiah, who's at this time down here. Isaiah, where is this here? Jeremiah, I'm sorry. Jeremiah at this time is talking about them unto the Queen of Heaven. And our forefathers and our kings and our priests in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, they were doing these things. That's why they were sent into captivity. The problem is you don't know what the word Jew is in the text. When our Creator divided the two nations, the nation of Israel and the nation of Judah, when Judah or the nation of Israel went into captivity, the nation of Judah was left. We have words that they were Judeans, okay? That's where the word Judeans come from, that they're now Judeans living in Judah, or the kingdom Judah. But the thing here is the ones that stop believing in Jesus as coming as a king and will have a king in heaven, that's when they don't believe it. They believe it all of a sudden as not Jesus according to the prophecy of our Creator that told about David in Psalm 110. So the thing here is they became Jews, non-believers of the text, non-believers of our Creator. That's the true definition of the word Jews. So the thing here is there were Israelis that were the good guys that believed our Creator, stayed true to him, and then there was the Jews that were against him. So El Shaddai. Okay, you're talking. Okay, let me show you something about the word El. Because I know you don't know this. Here we go. Here is El, meaning the word God. Here is El, meaning those, just this many times. And then El, meaning over all these. So here's the three breakdowns. I brought them up here. And actually, if you go by the numbers, 12 is missing. So there's 1, 2, 3 L's in the text, in the Hebrew text. And they don't mean God here. They don't mean God here. They mean God only here. So explain that. You can't explain that. The word El right here. How can it mean all these words here? Read Genesis. Why would I want to read Genesis? I've corrected Genesis. What part of Genesis do you want to talk about? Okay, here's the problem with you. You're using the secular name man, the word secular word man for a male, and you're using secular text. You aren't even using our Creator's definition. So why would I believe you? You're deceiving me by saying the word man and you mean a male. See, when you say the word, our Creator defined man as I made male and female. So when you say the word man, I understand it as male and female. I'm not into the secular world. So how can you write the word only man referred to as El Shaddai? Because man means male and female. See, you can't even write the words true because of our Creator defined these words. You're still into the secular definition of the word man. That's how you've lowered your standard. You're listening to the secular world. You open up you don't open up the text and find out the true definitions. When our Creator defines something, that's the end of it. That's the end of it. Bring a sin offering. There's only 12 sins by not obeying the 12 commandments. And I bet you thought there was 10 until today. So go tell your rabbi that there's 12 in the text. I mean, it's plain and simple. When you've seen those, I can put them back up again if you want to, but you are using secular words to talk to me. I'm not, that's the problem that I have with a lot of people. You're so far away from our Creator by not honoring and respect Him, you don't know the definitions of the words that He established. Let's see. Here's the word Shaddai, Almighty. Okay, it's used as the word Almighty 48 times. Isn't that another definition for our Creator? Or a title for God? Can you imagine they're saying one title can be used for another title? That's Strong's Dictionary. A title, Almighty, for God. Yet they have to use one title to describe another title. They couldn't even put his name in here. Okay? No. No. And when the Almighty scattered the kings, there it was snowing in Xylem. So when he scattered the kings, it was snowing in Xylem. Who was that scattered them in Xylem? See, that's the problem. You want to use words from one verse and not use all the 48 verses to find out what the title means of who it is. So you have to take all the words that say Almighty, put them in the verse, and you'll read to understand what the text is telling you of that title, or who is that title belong to. I just don't understand how you study the text and not know how to study the text. Yeshua, that just... I'm sorry, but you see, the thing here is the Hebrew words mean nothing to me, for the simple fact that they don't need to be. We've got the words in English. That's what we have to go by. You're making up words for yourself in saying that I know this because I can go to this verse, but you don't take that word and go to all the other verses to say, is that word? Is that what it means? I literally took off and read all 2,300 verses that said God as Elohim and read them all. And it doesn't mean that, because there was a psalm that I'm going to be doing soon that shows you that Hebrews never had the title God. Never had it. Except for when they were talking about a pagan god and trying to talk to a person about pagan God to Creator as God. That's the problem, that when you actually study all the L words for God, that's what they were doing with him. They were comparing. God was to talk about their God. They didn't need a title. They knew him as the Creator, maker of everything. See, that's the problem. YV is the maker of everything. They don't need the title God. So the thing here is in the Hebrew, when you see the word God, that's just wrong, except for when the text says they're talking about like the God of Egypt or the God of Babylon. No, you put up the word Shaddai, and I showed you that means Almighty, didn't I? I showed you this, that's what's really good about this New American Standard Concordance. 48 times are there verses with the word Shaddai, okay? And they all have the one word Almighty. Go look up every verse that has that. No, look, go watch my video on self-proof of afterlife. When you do that, then you come back here and tell me, yes, I have proof that I have a soul. Yes, I have talked to those that have died from this planet and are in the abyss, a deep, dark, black nothingness. And people or the beings out there, they are only floating upright. There is nothing. You're just floating around, and you get to experience all this. and I tell you how to become a god. If you're thinking about it just before as you fall back to sleep of what you want to do, when you wake up in the abyss, you can command things to happen right before. You want to create an animal, create a boat, create a house, you can do it. That's what's becoming known as a god. I don't have StreamYard. That's not for me. A debate would be good, but I don't know if you're going to be honest with the text. You don't read the text. You say the text means other than what it means by not. Example, right now, you keep using the word man to mean a male. And I know our Creator says that a man is male and female. So until you actually get the definitions correctly said, like what the word Almighty means as a title in all those verses, then you'll know that whatever you're saying about Shaddai is not the truth. That you have to go do the research. I mean, I can sit here and have, if you want to take screenshots, I can put it up here and show you all the verses numbers. Actually, the problem is that you don't know that the language itself, each letter is a symbol. Okay? Why would I need the degree in theology when I just told you our Creator made me see him? Has anybody in a theology school said, our Creator made me see him? I mean, tell me, when was the last time you seen 12 commandments? Anybody talk to you about 12 commandments? There they are, 12 commandments. Okay? 12, right there. Now, I know that it might be lagging before you get to see this, what I'm showing you, but there's 12 commandments right now on the screen. Here, let me put something else up. Here's the disciples. Matthew, Mark, Luke. They have they tell you who the disciples are in each list. And none of these are the same. You go look up on the internet and you won't find any of them to match any of these lists. They made that list up. And yet you think there's 12 disciples. They actually list 15 disciples. Who's the right disciple and who's not the right disciple? Plain and simple. The text I'm showing you is right there before you. And that's the problem with people. Okay, I can now see that you're seeing the 12. So there, you're seeing 12 commandments. Now when was the last time somebody showed you 12 commandments? Talk to you. What theologian goes around telling you that there's 12 commandments? So don't tell me I need to go to college. The text reveals the answers, okay? Plain and simple. And there's the 12 disciples that Matthew, Mark, and Luke were supposed to be disciples, and they didn't know each other. They obviously didn't know who the other disciples were. Plain and simple. You can't say metaphor. You can't say metaphor. Nobody reads every word as metaphor. There's no way. There is no way that you can say that. Example, salvation. Salvation, that word can't be used as a metaphor. Savior, a title, that can't be used as a metaphor. No. I've witnessed my soul. Excuse me. When I tell you about the self-proof of afterlife video, you can witness your own soul, okay? You're witnessing because you're there and you ain't in your body, okay? We do have a soul, yes, but it's not called that. I don't care what you call it in Hebrew or in Greek, because it says it in Greek too. So is that word right? It just means that we have a soul. That word is related to the word soul, but not really true neither. Let me do that search for you. Keep that text there. Now, if I go over here and I want to do a search, and if I do a search, oh, I can't. Just a second, I got to get another keyboard out here to do this. Soul. Okay. Let me put that keyboard back. And now let me click on the word search. Error. How come? No, it's not going to let me copy it. Cancel. Oh, I'm on the wrong. I got to be on this side. Now let me do. Now there. All those verses, 263 verses, I think, and 275 times. So let's view. So when I click on the word soul, see, this is the New American Standard word for soul. But down here, a corpse? Really? A creature? Dead? A desire? Is that a soul? No. But if I go down farther in the text, they use the word soul only 238 times for this word. Okay? So let me go to the next word, soul. Here. Again, it's the same one. Same one. Same word. Same word. Same word. It seems that the Hebrews are fine with this word as meaning soul 238 times. Yet it's the heart, it's defenseless, it's creatures, it's body, it's anyone, a corpse, a breath, death, creature, being. That's the problem with this program. It shows you how many times they use that word differently than what they did when they used it this many times for the word soul. So I don't need to study Hebrew. Plain and simple. I got the right here proof before you that they didn't even use the word soul as soul all the time for that Hebrew word here for soul. Although this would be, yeah, that's in the Hebrew side. That's Leviticus. So there, people, not soul, people, myself, ourselves, persons. You can even wish. How's that? Wish. They made the word wish from the word soul. I mean, it gets absolutely stupid that you can't say every word that you're reading in the Bible is true, no matter what book you're reading, really, truthfully. So that's just the way it is. So now I see that it's just catching up to you. So, but the object here is I should get back here editing the text. If you can tell me why you're not using the word soul all those times, I mean, that's just incredible. That's just incredible. Oh, but that's life. I can sit here and tell you our Creator made me see Him 8 times. He didn't make me stupid, okay? In fact, I am being sent by Jesus here to prove all these words and get the true truths of Jesus no one to back into the truth, because they have Jesus so many times being stupid. He even calls the Holy Spirit an it 3 times in one sentence. And if you can talk about the Holy Spirit as an it, can you please let me know how you did that? Because that's just not honoring and respecting, because when you find out the word spirit means breath, means wind, means words, then the Holy Spirit is actually words. Example. Whoops. Let me show you how Jesus defines what is Holy Spirit. Here, I'm going to show you what Jesus said as Holy Spirit. Now it's going to come up here, and then what I'm going to show you here is that it is not you who speaks at that hour. Whatever is given to you that hour, or whatever, okay? Meaning words, it will not you be speaking, but it is the Holy Spirit. It is Holy Spirit. But down here, he tells you it's the Spirit of our Creator. It's words from our Creator that you are going to be given to be say out loud. Not in you, but through you. Here's 2 perfect examples. Zacharias and Elizabeth. Our Creator's words were in his mouth, and he prophesied. You can't prophesy because it's saying our Creator's holy words. Then he told him about John. He didn't have that. It wasn't a Holy Spirit. It was words from our Creator, our Father who speaks through you. And then down here, Elizabeth didn't say anything. She prophesied because she knew that Jesus was in her womb. Not a fruit in your womb, but Jesus was in your womb. Then he tells us 2 more times. The breath of our Creator, his words, will teach you that very hour what to say. Jesus says, I cast out demons by the words from our Creator. So the thing here is Jesus defines what is Holy Spirit as our Creator's words speaking through you. There's no Trinity. Okay? Now, that's the answer. Have you ever heard a theologian tell you those answers? And if you don't agree with Jesus, you've got a problem. I don't. I know Jesus is telling me that there's no Trinity in those verses. He's defining what Holy Spirit is in those verses. And yet, no theologian teaches you that Jesus defines those words. But he began compassion, forgave their iniquity. Okay, now this text here is now saying about when they approached Moses before they went into the ground. But I'm going to put his name here because we know his name. Let's see here. Notice how they don't even respect our Creator with capital letters. They got it a little he, so you don't know what's going on. But why be being compassionate? Why be compassion? Being means that, I don't like the word being here, but Wybe was compassionate. I need that word being added, not this word. Was compassionate and forgave them, forgave their, and this has got to be wickedness, has to be wickedness. So let me get back to the text here. and to 38. Iniquity, their guiltiness. Yeah, I don't like using the word iniquity. I know it's wickedness. Well, it would be their evilness, but they weren't. I guess what our Creator knew is that they were all discussing why is Moses, but only those approached him. And that would be evilness. Being against our Creator is evil. So it has to be evilness to be the correct word here. Oops. And I didn't need that, I needed that. And did not destroy them, and did not kill them. That's destroy is wrong. Kill them. So I'm going to be using this word. So I'll make it this, and I'm going to be using this word, and that means that. Those were words that the 1977 Bible put in as they needed to add words that are in italic. So the word did not kill them. Was our Creator going to destroy them? No, he kill them, take their lives. His compassion, and I forgive their evils, and did not kill them. See that? Now that's this telling me this is a verse like this with a comma. Unless it's 3 verse now coming up, and this is a statement here, and then this is what the answering for the statement here tied to that. So the text might have just went to a 3 verse. He often restrained his anger. No, we don't have the reasons why he does any of the text. This was specific about this group. If he's now going to sit there and say this in the Sinai, there has to be more words in the Sinai that this happened, and it didn't. So and the wind that passes and does not return. That might be a true statement, but it has nothing to do with the text. And it's not that he remembered. He knows we're his creation, so he knows that, so he wasn't worried about that. How often they rebelled? Not how often. Often they rebelled against him in the wilderness. And grieved him like our Creator grieves. That's wrong. Our Creator does not grieve. Again and again. But they didn't often rebel against him in the wilderness. So, in fact, the word wilderness is the description of the land between the desert and the grass or the greenery. It has like trees that look almost bare because the wind and heat is killing the tree. So some will be dead trees closest to the desert, and as it tries to get closer to the green, there'll be very little green leaves, and you'll see spots of greenness around the trees, but sand around them. That's what the wilderness is known as. So they weren't in the wilderness, they were in the desert. And this here, again and again, is wrong. And pain the Holy One of Israel. how did they pain our Jesus? The Holy One of Israel is Jesus. So this is a 4 verse that they got about Jesus and a 3 verse. They can't tempt God. Ain't the Holy One, no. Can't live with false words. And they did not remember his power, the days when he redeemed them from their adversaries. Now this is going back or connecting to this story here that I was telling you about that is tied to this text. This is a 4 verse, and I don't have a 4 verse here. He brought them to the end of life in a sudden terror, for they did not remember his power. In the days when he redeemed them from, this would be Egypt. When he performed his signs in Egypt, they weren't signs, these were plagues. And we don't describe them as performed his signs and as marvels in the field of Zoan. The Zoan is not in the Sinai, and they weren't in the field of Zoan. They had to be next to the capital city, and I think the Bible has it listed two different ways. One is On, and I can't think, Memphis is the other one, and then we know now it's Cairo. So if I said that the field of Zoan is actually a field, has nothing to do with being near the river, Nile River, close to the king where he could give orders, because there must have been a lot of clay that they were gathering along the bank. So it wouldn't have been the field of Zoan. Or Zone. So this here is wrong. The marvels would have been miracles, that the parting of the sea and the opening of the ground. So it wouldn't have been marvels. They did not remember his power. It would be from the days, and it wouldn't be the days. How did they describe? Our Creator hasn't established his year yet for them, but I would have to use the word fortnight, because a lot of pagan societies went by moon months, and that is known as a fortnight. So is the best and closest I can. I cannot find a word what they would have meant back then, but that is in the fortnights. I need an S here. Fortnights. So this I got divided wrong. This goes here. They did not remember in the fortnights, from the fortnights. Maybe it's days of his plagues. They do not remember his power. This, if I change it to plagues, is more closer than power. And his, give him respect. They might have remembered it, so they did not think. They did not remember, they do not acknowledge his plagues from the fortnights. They did not, because they didn't remember. They would have remembered them, but they didn't think they were his plagues. That's why they were challenging Moses. When he, and it was be deliver. Redeem is a word that's used tied to coming out of the abyss or Sheol. So this has to be delivered. He delivered them. That's almost like it's spelled wrong. He didn't redeem them. When he delivers them from the enemy is why I'm using this word. And it's not their adversaries from their slavery by the king. Whoops, I got to keep the word them here. And this comes down when he delivered them. But their adversary was just the power of the king, so it'd be the Egyptians here. So I need the word Egyptian, E-G-Y-P. Egyptians. So that's the truth there. And from the Egyptians' enslavement. From the Egyptians' enslavement. That's a 3 verse, because these two tie together. Now, I've got plagues up here, so I don't need that. I've got the Egyptians here, truthfully, here. Now, the plagues, these are going to be the plagues. He turned, it wasn't their rivers, it was just the Nile, turned the Nile River. This is added. This is not there. And turned the Nile River. To blood. And it really wasn't blood. It became red. And if you've ever seen reddish water, it is a strong iron ore deal because it wasn't literally blood. It means red. Turn to red is the true word. So that's the truth. It was not blood. And turned the Nile River red. And from turned the Nile red. And this would be the word river here. So that means this word is out here. He turned the Nile red, and from the river, they could not drink. That's a very good 2-verse. He sent among them. I'm going to put that as a comma and then swarms of flies. But he did this twice. So our Creator sent them. And the flies devoured them. And the flies devoured them. Which devoured them? Which pestered them. But this word, let's get rid of that, because he's going to go through the plagues here in a 4-verse, the way I'm seeing it. That's one plague. This is the second one. And I'm sure it's not grasshoppers. It is locusts. Locusts, not grasshoppers. Oh, here's the locusts. Frogs, which he destroyed. Frogs, which he destroyed. Also their crops to locusts. The product of their labor to locusts? No, the text is saying that because it defines a time that it would have been that the locusts ate up what they would use for their food supply, because it's in the Exodus, it says that the locust ate up the sprouting green. Now, the sprouting green can mean two things. One, just that it's springtime and everything's starting to grow. But the thing here is what was important to them was the wheat fields. Now, the first wheat field is the largest harvest. And then they can have a second harvest. When they cut it down, it grows again, and then get a second cutting from there. So I think it would be the first one, because the words later to the king of Egypt is that, don't you know Egypt is destroyed? And by all these plagues over time, it destroys them. So all of a sudden, they got one plague here, and then one here, and then one here. So now he's picking up pace in the text as to say which ones are which ones. But this here would not have been truthful. And then the hailstones. This was our crater. This was our crater. Destroyed their trees with hailstone. Couldn't be just vines. Vines, no. Trees, such as their fruit trees, date trees, their food supply, again. And this would be the third verse. And then and this has to be and here, and their cattle with hailstones, or cattle with hailstones. Now that becomes a 2 verse, and these aren't that. So what that tells me is that there's a verse missing here. That does that. And then this one here is got one missing here. There. So that would be the 4 verse here. Because 2, 2, 2, I was wondering why he went to 1, but now I can see that they removed 2 verses. So, and that would be now starting another verse here, or another psalm. He destroyed their trees with hailstones, and their cattle also. Do I need the word with? Do I need the word hailstone? No. He destroyed their trees with hailstone and their cattle also. I could put, and also their cattle. So let me do that, because that sounds much better reading. Whoops. And that is yellow, to show that I'm putting it down here. And what I do is I use a yellow just to show that, or note that I'm moving it. Their herds with bolts of lightning. Because that was in there. So, but sycamore tree with frost, that is obviously wrong. Now that you know that it was a hailstorm, and it was raining as well with the lightning. Their cattle but they're a herd. But if it's cattle separate, it has to be either ox or horses. Let me put horses because they would be out in the field. But since I'm adding that, better than the word cattle. Although, wait a second, I want to say that I am changing that word from one word to another word. Not that I added it. And they're herds and flocks with bolts of lightning. Herds 2 bolts of lightning. Okay. And now we have a 4 verse here. That I added this word. Needed to add that word. And they're herds and flocks with bolts of lightning. Okay. Now he sent upon them his burning anger, fire, burning and destroying angels. And notice that we ran out of plagues because now we're down to the last one here. So remember there was shadow of darkness over them. So gave their life to a plague. No, there was boils that broke out on them. But let's put this down here. He sent upon them. He sent upon them boils. I don't know if I should change that. That's me changing too much of the text. He did not spare their life from death. Their soul, as you know, cannot be destroyed. So he did not spare their soul. He didn't kill their soul. So the word soul is wrong. But their life from death, that's the truthful answer there. That's the lie. He did not spare their life from death. And that could be like this when I'm describing the boils. To the plague of boils. I'm thinking that's the correct word, although it might have been something else that I'm just not thinking correctly here right now. And this is his plague. He did not spare their life from death. But, but did not give over their life. This has to be to the boils I'm talking about, but it's not. He did not spare their life from death, but gave but gave covered not life but bodies but covered their bodies. He did not spare their life from death, but he covered their bodies with a plague of boils. Okay, can't use this verse. But that's what happened here. Easily. These are easy. You got to know so much to do this. And he killed all their firstborn, males in Egypt. And then we're going to have, I know it's going to be even in the king's castle and among his servants, because there's a crying in the palace about that. So I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. Then there's going to be a verse that's missing. And it's not but, it's then. We know after that then, this would be red, this is out. Then he led and this is not his own, but because there were Egyptians among them, so they would have been his people at this time. Then he led his people like sheep to guide them. To guide them like sheep maybe is the right words. He led his people like sheep to guide them, like rams. Rams, not sheep. Like rams to guide them. And this here, no, that's not there. Now, the word led them safely is some kind of way to say that he parted the Red Sea here. So, then Oops, I need the word the. So get rid of it here. Add this. Get rid of this. The sea. Engulf them. Yes. Engulfed. Engulfed his army, not enemies, but army. Not enemies, armies, or army. There, but now we have the truth of that. This is, there's text here that's missing. Because one, he led them, but I don't see them coming after him, that they got cornered. And I don't see text for the parting of the Red Sea. So it would be like the words, then he parted the Red Sea, comma, well, to, this would be our creator here doing this. To lead them to safety. To safety. But if I got 1, 2, okay, that would be, this is a group. They did not fear them. It's the best way I can say. And then that's because I'm saying that this is when this verse here is missing here about they went to the Red Sea. No. These verses are out of order. No. It had been, because he has to part the sea after, maybe I've got it wrong here. What's going on here? Now, when he led them, they got to the Red Sea. They were trapped by the mountain. It doesn't have any mention of his cloud, how he led them. Yeah, there's a lot missing here. There's a lot. I need to actually pull up the text and look at it to put all the words or what's needed. And he didn't bring him into the Holy Land, but his promised land. And it's in, this land was actually promised to them. not his holy land. Did you see that? Okay. Because even the battles with Edom and was it Ammon's? Yeah, Ammon's. That it would be them. No battle there. This is like after they crossed through the Jordan River into has to be the promised land, and just not his, but it was promised land because it was by our Creator. Into this hill country. And it wasn't just a hill country, it was hilly country. Hilly country. That's the truth. Into this hilly country. But his right hand, by his right hand, they gained. Well, that isn't true. And then we have the words from above going here. Then it comes back to the story of getting to the promised land. So this text is really going to be screwing around here, because I guess I should clean this text up just to show you what I got so far. And that means all the way up to, wow, did I do all this? Wow. I didn't know I did so much editing. But I got to bring this down here, start here. That was a lot more than I should have done. I should have done the cleanup before this. Sorry about that. But this, so it's going to take me a little bit of time to clean up the text here. And then this. I wonder what I got rid of there. I've got to go back, but I got to put a blank. I see I got to go check that out again. Maybe I've made it 8 point and I missed that. And this. You see, I need the word he turned. I need the word he here. he turned. But I believe this is yeah, there's a lot of text missing here. But that's not bad cleanup. When I was reading, I didn't really see anything. Didn't really see anything here bad, but it still remains pretty much a 4-verse grouping. So I'm going to continue with the 4-verse grouping. Excuse me. These were not nations, they were kingdoms. Now, this would have been like the capital city was Jericho. And I think that was the Canaanite king. And don't need the word, but I do need the word then here. Then and then he had them drive out the kingdoms before them. Now that becomes a 2-verse. And he didn't apportion them. Joshua did. And not a portion, but a sign. 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 This would have to be our tribe's land for inheritance. So don't need this word. This word was added. This word was added. That's then Joshua. And Joshua assigned it would be them, not just and. Then Joshua assigned our tribes land for inheritance. Measured and made the tribes of Israel live in their tents. Not really. Told them they knew how to make houses out of sticks because that area was more abundant. You got to realize they just got in there. They didn't have enough hides to make themselves tents. It would be easier to grab sticks and make a nice place to live in. This is not true. So like a treacherous bow, no. Now this is like the story of Israel going away, the nation Israel. So we missed a whole lot from the story here. So what was because this has to be the story of Ammon. This is going to be the story of Moab. So those two I know need to be here. And then he brought them to, because if you don't remember Balaam and Balak, they got cursed and he actually blessed them. So that is how they, or it could be that Moses assigned the land east of the river there. But still, the two battles would have been there. There's a lot missing because they went and fought Amaleks. So, and then they went around by Edom and then went to Moab and then Ammon. And then he crossed the Jordan River. So there's more than just that missing. Okay. No. Were they? Now, this could be just the East Manasseh and not so much all of Israel right now. They went on to another God. They just didn't rebel. They didn't tempt him. The word tempt is not right. They rebelled. unto another god. They rebelled with evilness. It's the best way I can put it quickly. And they rebelled with evilness against our Creator. For they did not keep his commands, but turned away from him. So that's the right word there. Oops. They did not keep his commands, and I got to use the word "and" here. I read it 2 or 3 times, and it can't be the word "but." Okay. They rebelled with evilness. This is not true. It was a commandment that they weren't supposed to go on to another god with their graven images. So that goes together. They acted evil. It's not treacherous. They acted in rebellion. I don't know, this is like their fathers, they turned away from. Now, I know I got that right here, but now they're saying it's again. Like their fathers, they turn away from him and provoked him with their high places, with their graven images. So this is going to be a 4 verse, but I don't know how. I put evilness here. I've got to make sure that they acted out their evilness. meaning they were blatantly against our Creator here. So this needed to add that. And acted out their evilness, like their forefathers had turned away from him, and provoked him with their high places. This verse here has to be moved up one and go from, how come it didn't do what it wanted to do? Oh, that's why. That's the shortcut I killed. Okay, so I gotta get rid of that text, but I want to put in blue, so say make that blue, make it 8 point, then take this and move it here. Move that. Then take this. Make this all 8 point. Like their fathers, they turned away from him and acted out treacherous evilness. Now we have the correct order of the evilness that they've done. The correct is, and it's by, okay, I'm going to use the word by provoking, by disobeying him. That's a better word than provoked. More descriptive word, by the way. By disobeying him with their high places, with their graven images. Okay, now what time is this happening here? But those two verses are going to go together. So, oh, this is about going into Assyria. When our Creator he didn't hear this. When our Creator had enough, I want to say, when our Creator had enough, it has to be he had enough. When our Creator knew, but he already knows. That's the hard part about putting this verse together. Our Creator knows everything. He gives you your thoughts. Whatever you do goes into this way you become. So he gives you those. So he would know what was going on. When our Creator, and if I just get rid of that, put a comma here, was filled with wrath, was filled with hate for them, Yep. Our Creator was filled with hate. That's not quite the way it should be said. When our Creator not wrath, it's hate. And then he was filled with hate. I guess maybe that's how they wrote it back then. I don't know if I would use that word. I can't even think of the word I would use here. Our Creator hated them. Okay, so I'd put it, but to make a psalm out of this, and greatly disliked the kingdom of Israel. Now, this is not the man, this is not the nation, but I got a way to put those words to where I know that it would mean that. So what I do is I go up here and I need this because I want to make them all small caps. I want to make them bold. And then, being that they're in small caps, he hated the kingdom Israel. If it was the kingdom Israel, it would be in large caps. Okay? And anyways, so that he greatly disliked the kingdom of Israel. So now this is Assyria. But the only thing is David had already moved the dwelling place. And it wasn't his dwelling place. Okay. He abandoned his dwelling place. Like our Creator lives in the tent which he had pitched among like our Creator pitched his own tent. I think that's funny. I think that's a keeper. That's a keeper to show you how stupid these people are when they're writing. No, I don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. I want to see this. Go all the way down. Psalm 77. This will be Psalm 78. So these are just my notes that I'm collecting of really stupid words about our Creator, such that he abandoned us. Yeah, right. And he gave up his strength to captivity. Okay. He gave them up to captivity. He gave them wasn't his strength, wasn't him. The kingdom of Israel were given up to captivity. So we have to have Assyria in here someplace. So am I missing 2 or am I missing 1? There's 1. Oops, this would be a comma. I don't know where it is yet. Is glory into the hand of the adversary? That's wrong. He delivered his people to the sword. This has to go above here. He delivered them to Assyria. He delivered them to Syria. How do I do this? Okay. So he delivered them to Assyria. And then this has to be, I know it's got to be broke into another verse. And it's not people, it was our tribes that he let them take. So this will be our tribes. Being they're bad, they get a little T. If they were good, they would have got the capital T. So, oops, that one, that. He delivered them to Assyria. Our tribes to the sword. He delivered them to Assyria. He gave them over, not delivered. I gotta say, gave over. And I gotta say that he gave them over. And this has to be like this, but it needs to be gray. He gave them over to Assyria, our tribes to the sword. This is not needed. But these 2 verses are going to bounce ahead of this. Because I was thinking of Syria up here, but it's now here. He gave them over to Assyria, our tribes to their swords. To their swords. And gave them up. Yes, then this almost is like doesn't need any of this correction. This one gave. and gave them and gave the rest as captives. And gave the rest of our people up as captives. I guess I get to use that word up. This don't need no more. This goes here as a, and that's how you really dig through the crap and you get to find out. Move up 2 verses. This is blue. And these two move 2 verses up 2 verses. An S on that end. And now this goes here, and we have the right story, just like that. Oops, 8 points. No, because he disliked the kingdom of Israel, and he, I need the word and he gave them over to Assyria, our tribes to the sword, and gave the rest. He gave them to Assyria, our tribes to the sword, and gave the rest of our people up as captives. Yes, that's a whole lot better being said that way. So, but it's going to get put together. And it's going to look pretty good. Let me see here. I should take this, what I've been doing, and take it and join it with the rest. And since I've added that, I think that's where I stopped before. So let me see. This here goes down. That's my break point. Then I got to go all the way down here where I've been working. And that verse I'm going to correct again because I need it to have those 2 lines here. And then clean that up. That makes a 4 verse. That could be together. Safety. Okay, I'm really butchered this. So what is that? Okay. So I don't know, but that's what I just cleaned up. And you can see the format again. These make a small paragraph. These make a small paragraph like this. This, I guess I better make into there. So like that. Now how they group together, I haven't decided yet. But I think when our creator was, this would be one group here, like this. And then this, put two of those in there. And then grab one like that and put that in there as a small one. Then you can see more of a definition of how they're grouped together as a large paragraph. But these are known as Psalms. This is a Psalm. This is Psalms. Okay. Now, all the way back. Oops. I see that's being worked on. Hey, there's not much more to go. It's taken 2 days to get through this, and I probably got at least a solid 6 hours into this one right now. So I can see that something happened to that. That should have been, and he drove. And then the Lord drove our adversaries backwards. Okay. The priest fell by the sword, and his widows could not weep. Now, those priests were priests to a pagan god, so I wouldn't call them priests. What would I call them? False priests, I guess would be easier to say. But they fell by the sword, and their widows could not be. Then he drove them backward, adversaries backwards, and put an everlasting reproach. He also rejected the tent of. Now, see, now there's confusion among the writing here, and that's because when I'm seeing these words, this is just wrong, okay? But he didn't just stick them backwards. That wasn't it. He didn't put an everlasting reproach because there was a prophet, can't think of his name, but he told him, you're going in, the good ones, the ones that are going into captivity are supposed to be now repenting and fully obeying our Creator in a far land. Okay? Because Solomon petitioned our Creator that if they repented and prayed towards his house for meeting with him, that he would forgive them and then bring back their descendants. So we know that they brought back, but not at the time of Assyria taking them away. But later, after Nebuchadnezzar got done eating grass, died, and his son died, I think it was his assistant or his brother became king. And then, or it was like the advisor from Assyria. So it became like Babylon, and then they renamed it Assyria when the next came. It seems like they shared the kingdom. They stopped the war, but they agreed to share it as he'll be king first, Nebuchadnezzar, and then the one I'm making the agreement with is going to be the next king. And then, because that's the only way you can describe the statute that he had made or he's seen in his dream vision from our Creator. He rejected the tent of Joseph and did not choose the tribe of Ephraim, chose. Now, see, this could have been happening in those years that we don't have, but I can't correct them because I don't know what they are. And then this would have been David here. Then he chose but it has to be because Saul disobeyed him. Then he didn't chose, he anointed David. From the tribe of Judah. Okay. Then he anointed David. Okay. I mean, like this writer forgot what was going on here, don't know the history as well as I do. From the tribe of Judah. But David built the city of Jerusalem around a hill. That hill was Obed, Obed, Obed. Got the because David paid him so many talents of gold for that. Because when our Creator chose this hill, so it wasn't a mount, and it isn't Zion. Hill. A hill for, and this I had stuck in all over the place because I know it's, and his name was E.D. Obed, a hill from Obed. I don't know where that's going, but get rid of that name, and it was his hill because he owned it. Like I said, David paid him a lot of gold for that place. And on a hill for Obed. Yes, this is going to be a comma. This is going to be a comma. Solomon. Solomon built and Solomon built his house. like the heights on the earth. And they founded it forever and ever. Okay, but that's what he did. He built his house, period. But this don't need anymore for the simple fact that we're only getting up to here. All this would have to go above there. So I can see that all that crap doesn't need to be said. And I finally got done with this text enough to say, hey, now comes the real fun part. Because now I get to reread it and I get to stick the verses in and say what's missing and what's not. But who would have wrote this? That is unique. That okay. But this David has got to be moved. So let me just put that reminder like this. Then he anointed David from the tribe of Judah, and on a hill for Obed, Solomon built his house. So, yep. Okay, I got to remember all this. All this that I've done, even yesterday, got to put it in my little head and start all over. Listen, my people, to my instruction. And listen with your ears. I'm going to put listen. Although I know that the word means like this. Oops. But I want to make sure 12-year-old children can read the text when I'm done with it and not needing words that people just make up what they want to over it, to the words from my tongue. I will open my mouth and speak of our past, for we have heard and learned for what we have heard and learned. I will open my mouth and speak of our past, for we have heard and learned, for our forefathers have told us. I'm trying to think of how I can put like forefather told us them, and that doesn't sound right. For we have heard and learned, for our forefathers have told us. Okay? We are not to hide them from our children, for they are to tell their children, to praise Yahweh for his wonders and the miracles he done for them. Period. Okay. And this stuff is all the fresh editing. So I had edited that in the previous yesterday's video or stream. And he established an agreement with them, that's the 12 commandments, and assigned laws for Israel, then commanded our forefathers, they are to teach them to our children. He established our agreement with them, then assigned statutes for Israelis. Then commanded our forefathers, they are to teach them to our children. I don't know. I guess I can leave the word laws there because I know there's quite a few. But anyways, and be not like your be not like your forefathers, and be a rebellious generation, like the descendants in East Manasseh. They did not keep his commandments, and refused to live by his statutes and laws, and they forgot his plagues and his miracles before their forefathers. In the land of Egypt, Yahweh divided the sea. That's one miracle. By making the water walls, for them to pass through. For he led them from within a cloud all daylight, and all night his cloud with light like a fire. Then Moses struck a boulder, and water gushed forth by a hill in the desert to give them abundant water. To give them abundant water. This would be a period. This would be the comma. As you can tell, I moved a lot of things around. And the water gushed forth from deeper water, and caused this water to run like a strong river. Whoops. I moved this up in the last text, so you won't see that moved, I don't think. No, right there it is. Okay, so let me highlight that with a color, yellow, and then it'll be easier to find. Okay. Yet they continued to be against Moses and Aaron, to rebel against Yahweh in the desert. For they put Yahweh to a test by asking for food, by saying, can he prepare us a table, and can he give us bread? Can he prepare us a table? Can he give, I'll leave it as that. Can he give us bread and provide meat for us? Yahweh heard them, and his wrath was kindled. Yet he commanded a fog to leave manna for them to eat, and gave them meat He gave them meat. From our heaven came birds. They fell by their camp all around them, so they could eat to be full, for he gave to them to be satisfied. Yes. Okay. Now, this is where I definitely notice a break here. The anger of our Creator rose against them. In spite of this all, they still, because you don't know what he's angry about them. And that is like what I was telling you. I got to get So up here, there are verses missing as well. Because that's right, I remember this now. This is where the text really started getting kind of screwy. The anger of our Creator rose against them. And opened the ground. Oops. And opened the land. Let's see. Get rid of this. To the end, come back. And open the land. And open the land. And they descended into the BYSS. That is the text that needs to be placed here. Now, it's this that has to go, or this has to belong. If I make this text as highest high, and not this, and we know our Creator is the highest high. Whoops. Then these words have to go out. And then it's this is the answer here. And this, he brought their life to an end in sudden terror. This text goes with this text, and this text goes here, and this text goes above this. Okay, so that's what's got to be done. So this text, since I added it here, I don't need to say I need to move it. I need to do this and say add that here. And then I need to say this, I need move group up I want to say this up. Then this is not needed. Up above verse, was it 31? So this needs to be 9. Okay. So this group goes to 8 point, gets placed here. And I'll just color this gray. Here. And color it gray. In spite of this, they still maybe that's what happened here. Maybe in spite of this, they still did not believe. It has to be believe Moses. But they still do not believe his plagues were his work. So this now needs to be removed. Okay. Now, that goes there. Then everyone knew. I'm trying to see this. Okay, now what I'm seeing here is in this text, because this is not in Exodus, and that is he was telling the tribe's leaders these things, and they would go out and tell the people, their tribes, among their tribes. And then when they were gathered and going out, there was many of them that disbelieved what they were because you know how you tell somebody something, the next person goes, the next person goes, and the next person goes, and it's kind of like not even what anybody ever said. I can see that now in my head of why our Creator was going to kill all of them and start over. If I didn't have this text, I wouldn't know that, the reason why. So he brought their life to an end of sudden terror, and it's then not we, they, then everyone. How about that? What everyone knew. Then everyone, because they were onto other gods. So this is very good. Then everyone knew our Creator is watching, is watching, is the highest. And then everyone knew our Creator is the highest is the highest. Oh, I hate to put this word, God's, the highest. Our Creator is the highest, period. The highest of gods. Now, what I got to do is I got to look. Oh, I'm really slouching here. I've got to go look at the text way above here to see if I threw out some words now that would make the next verse. Now that it's cleaned up a lot better than what it was. It now makes sense when you follow the text. Of the cleaned up text of the original first writer's words. So this is 35. But I didn't throw out anything. But it did have the word God. So it would be God's. So I can use the word God's as saying I didn't add that word. Savior isn't needed here. But I'll put it as words are missing. Now that I can use the word God's, way down here, the highest of gods. Can't use this word. but I still need to say there's a verse missing. Period. That is so unique. I mean, I know the text all over the place, but to see this as the answer, everyone then knew. Then everyone knew. Because they're just coming out of a place where the Egyptians had their own gods. They had been there for several, I think, couple hundred years, maybe 300 years. It depends on how fast people were having children and how many children were actually living and didn't die. So with this, do I change these words? Do these go up above here? No, why I was silent was because I was thinking, and I remember I said these words, and I wanted to check because, like I said, there are two groups together to make these paragraphs or to make larger paragraphs. They were deceiving us. But there's still going to be missing text above. We just don't know who they are yet. And I think they were Levites. They just didn't like Aaron leading them with Moses. They were deceiving us. From their mouth, they were deceiving us. I'm going to move that. I'm going to say copy, get rid of, put their yellow, and then put them here and say this is the yellow, but I'm moving it. From their mouth, they were deceiving us. And this would be telling them they didn't know the Creator's plagues. I'm going to need to grab something to drink here. That was a little sweet. So I'm in need of something here. So let me All right. Words here. This can't be right now. From their mouth they were deceiving us and lied to us with their tongue, for their hearts were not trustful, nor did they trust. Okay, what is 37? What did I change in 37? This would be promise. And that the promise they had was to go into Egypt and they were coming out. So can I use the word promise? They did not trust his promise of going into the promised land, returning them to the land Abraham walked. So I'm going to put promises because that to me just reads more truthful than just one promise. You have to remember Abraham received a promise, and then the rest of them did too. Isaac, Isaac, and then Israel. So if I put the word promises here, they deceived us from their mouth. I thought I changed them words around. Oh, I haven't moved that verse up. And then I already did, so I don't need it. I need this. I guess that's close enough. I have to add the word for here. For they still did not believe his plagues were his work, and the anger of the Creator rose against them. But that is going to move up here because this happens after this, all this. This is going to be move many groups up. I'm going to need this as to how many I'm moving. I'm about from here up because this is now the plagues. So this I'm going to make all 8 point. And then when I take it up here, I'm going to do a little bit of a cleanup. I'm going to say that didn't need to come with this. And that's what I moved here. And then this is not needed. And then bring it below that line. Then this was moved up to here. So I move promises just alone. Yep. So I move that alone. But this needs to be above this. Needs to be stuck in here. Boy, is this really jumbled up. Now move up. But this wasn't. This has to be, then he forgave our tribes. Special crowd, and he forgave our tribes. Remember, we just had them telling how they were lying to everybody. So here and here, but he was compassionate, did not kill and forgave our tribes. Yeah, I guess it was evilness. I guess, and then it would be period. Did not kill them. And I'm trying to think, but I can't get it here. Like this. So that's it happens. Remember his plan. From the fortnights in Egypt. I'm thinking that's the missing words. When he delivered them from the Egyptians' enslavement. Now move up. Well, this one here, blue. Copy that. And this turns into a blue. Now this gets moved up. Whoops, what'd I do? What'd I do? What'd I do? I go into a panic mode. My heart starts going all over the place when I do that. But this, I copied. So now I need it. Let me copy it again and then make it 8 point. And now it's got to go above here. But there's still that text missing of them who came against them. So yeah, it's just not there. But there are 4 verses missing. Whoops. Just to make them look different. Like that. Anyways. Compassion, forgive their illness, did not kill them. Wait a second, it can't move there. Yeah, it moved here, not way up there. Moves here. I've really screwed this up. Let me see how far back I can go here. I think I have it. So it was back here where I was started from. And this is wrong move. This is wrong. This belongs right there, right where it is. Yes. What? Open it up. Okay, now that's the correct order there. Now the text here is they move from there, and they or then this happened. And then, well, let's see. That's right where I stopped when I was editing. Strong word that continued to be against most narrow level to the test. And that group went above here. Okay, table. Can he give us bread and provide meat for us? Why have he heard them? And his wrath was kindled. He commanded the fog to leave manna for them to eat, and gave them meat. From our heaven came birds. They fell by their camp and all around them, so they can eat to be full, or gave them to be satisfied. Yes, that's the text I took up already. Okay. Now that's been moved already. This is the text that has to be moved. Oh man, I'm almost dizzy myself here. So to move this text, how do I do this? Move legs up to, now this I got to find a verse where I'm going to be under or above. And this I didn't pull down, but this is now talking about the destruction of Israel. Okay. So this is the promised land. So, whoops. So this would have been to be moved all the way up. Okay. Now this here, need this L8 point now. And so that group up a little closer. But I got to come back here, edit this. So I got to take this. He delivered them from his slave, and so it's under verse 42. Okay. Now I'm going to highlight that in red because that's way up here. And red. Now, wait a second. It's got to be above that. It's got to be above that. It's got to be way up here. Let's see if I still get it in memory. And it would be for he turned to smooth that words out. It would be for he turned the Nile red. And then that's where it goes. So it's under 11. And this is red. So then all that happened. But I've got to move this stuff around again after I get this up here. Because this has got to move below. This part has got to be below this. Because it's got to be into the promised land. Oh. And this is the one that I was saying it's got to, and I hope I put a line underneath it here. No, I didn't. So it must have been right here because I was saying it has to go under that. So, okay. This now is placed in the right place. Then I got to go all the way down here where the red is at, move under verse 11. I better save this and take a drink. Boy, to get the text in order is really killing me here. So I know that it might be confusing what I'm doing, but I'm really trying to be perfect in this order. So let me just go down here and say, let me start again by getting rid of all the 8 point. Because 78 is a long one. Okay, well, I can go like this. And then what I'm going to do is bingo, I'm going to wait a second. Did I go too far? No, it's still up here. Yep, all the way there. Man, this is a mess. Okay, now this is the new cleanup. Listen, my people, to my instruction, and listen with your ears. And that's kind of an odd way to say it, but listen to my instruction doesn't seem to be the right word either. Listen, my people, to my story about us. And this, I'm added this. I'm adding, but this I'm changing from instructions to story. And listen with your ears to the words from my tongue. Now that means that the tongue spake, and if you cut it off, you couldn't talk. So when you hear people, or when you read the text, they spake in tongues, it meant they spake in different languages, okay? So just to let you in on how they interpreted what the tongue was doing. Okay, I will open my mouth and speak of our past, for we have heard and learned, for our forefathers have told us. That's good. And we are not to hide them from our children, for they are to tell their children, to praise Yahweh for his wonders and the miracles he done for them. Now the wonders are the plagues, so I should correct that to plagues. And then it's the miracles was opening up the ground, or parting the Red Sea and opening up the ground. He done, so I got to make this, all these words that I'm capitalizing all dictate that there are creators, so nobody can say, hey, that's not what it means. I'm preventing that. And he established an agreement. That's the 12 commandments, not 10, 12. Study Exodus, was it 20 verses 1 through 17? You'll find 12 commandments, and assigned laws for Israelis. They then commanded our forefathers, they are to teach them to our children. So that's a group. And be not like their forefathers, or be not like their fathers, not their forefathers, because what he's talking to is the people at that time, and they're corrupt. Now, the text is going to talk about Israelis going to Assyria, so it means like he's giving a warning to those in the kingdom of Judah, which Babylon is coming, okay? And be not like your fathers, and be a rebellious generation. Now, this is the past history of how they left, what happened. East Manasseh was the first group to go, and that was by the Armenians come down and took the tribe that was assigned on the east side of the Jordan, the top part. okay? And they were Armenians at that time. They changed their name later, but the text will tell you they're Armenians at this time. They did not keep his commandments. That was the agreement that if you don't obey the commandments, you were to be outcast and kicked out of Israel, his nation Israel, as all one nation. And refused to live by his statutes and laws, and they forgot his plagues and his miracles before their forefathers. Okay, that's good. So those two groups go together. Yep. That would have been two groups. Now these two groups. For now he's going to talk about the plagues. And this is where I brought this up here. I'm going to space it out to see if this now reads. For he turned the, but they're talking about the plagues and the miracles. So now that's what we're going to have to find. First, the plagues. He turned the Nile River, and from the river they could not drink. He sent among them swarms of flies and frogs which he destroyed, also the crops to the locusts. Okay, because I need a verse up here, because I'm thinking that I don't have the 12 or the plagues, the 10 plagues before me. So I'm not sure if there's going to be text that's missing here. Next, I can't remember the order here, but this would be one plague here. And then you need 2 verses to talk about the next plague. Also, their crops to locusts. And they ate up the sprouting green. I know that's what's in Exodus. They ate the sprout green. That I can say is a very good guess at what should be right there. Not really a guess. I'm pretty sure I know that answer. He destroyed their trees with hailstone, and also their horses, and their herds and flocks with bolts of lightning. He did not spare their life from death, but covered, Creator did this, their bodies with a plague of boils. See, now this is the 10th one here, so I didn't count 10. Because there's got to be the shadow of darkness before this one here. And I'm thinking even these are out of order. But I'm going to let them go until I'm done, I guess. And I'll fix them another day. Then he led his people like rams to guide them, to lead them to safety. And they did not fear them. Okay, he led his people like rams to guide them, and led them to safety. By the Red Sea. Then it has to be, this next text has to be, then they came to, I guess, harass him, I don't know. The king and his army. Now, if you're thinking it's the word Pharaoh here, the word Pharaoh actually comes from a Greek word. And that is absolutely 700 years after, it might even be longer than that, before they knew he was just a king. Okay. So why would they be using the Greek word and putting the word Pharaoh? Pharaoh, because what they did do is they removed our creator's or the king from Egypt. They removed his name, and now it's lost. So it might have had his name again here, but they did not fear them. But they did not fear them. Then the sea engulfed their army. Now this is the space I was saying that's missing here. Example, the Amaleks that they fought, that they didn't really win against. Then they went into around the Dead Sea to get to Edom, and then they were going to fight Moab and Ammon. So that's what's missing here. So can I put all that in these two? Maybe, but that's for another time here. Then he had them drive them out, the kingdoms before them. Then Joshua assigned our tribe's land for inheritance. Now, here is going through Egypt here. Okay, this doesn't need to be here anymore. This doesn't need to be here. So this is the text I need to move. Okay. Move up under verse what? Here? Well, what I'm seeing here is this text shouldn't be here, or this text. Because it's this text that I need up higher. So I need to do this as well. Let me just make that blue. Let me copy that, and then this needs to be moved. This needs to be moved because killed the firstborn. He led his people like rams through the sea. Okay. Now that he led them from a cloud. Okay, so this actually needs to be moved here. Whoops. And this will be verse 51. 51. Killed their firstborn males in Egypt. This is the celebration of the passing over That's what's got to be missing here. He killed their firstborn males in Egypt. After we ate. And he passed over our sons. Period. That's what needs to be done here. So after we ate, he passed over our sons. And that would actually need to be above here. And this needs to be added. After we ate, he passed over our sons and killed all their firstborn males in Egypt. Okay. Now that makes that verse whatever. But now then he led us. Then he led them from a cloud within a cloud all daylight and all night. His cloud was with light like a fire. So those two are together. As I got to figure that out later. But these two might go together here. These read like they would go together. After we ate, then he led them in a cloud. Okay. So this is now moved here. So this is 51. And I need this here. And I got to go find 14 here. Okay. All right. Where's 14? Where is 14? Where is 14? Right here. So okay, what color do I give this one? Let me give it green. And then too far. I went too far. Green right here. Okay. Now I've got that text right. Where does this text go? It led them with it. Okay, that looks like it's going to be okay there. This has to be from is where it started. The dividing water started. Not fear them. This so this has got to go after by the Red Sea and from the land of Egypt. I got to put the word "and" here to make it right. And from the land of Egypt he divided. Okay, so this here text in London Post. With a cloud being light with fire, that I moved there. So this I should be removing. Now, from the land of Egypt, I'm making walls of fire for them to pass through. This actually needs to be moved up to here. This would be under 53. Now, got to go all the way down here and put 53. Now, what color do I use here? Let me use fuchsia. Here. And then this I'll make 8 point first, then color it fuchsia. Now, I don't know if this is all the text here, but then he brought him into the Sinai, okay? So now the text of them in the Sinai, so this text has to move down. It's this text here that is really next. But this text I need to move down. Move down below verse whatever. Let me go find a place for this, because they engulf the sea, and then now they're on the other side. And then this happened, and then they descended into the abyss. And then everybody realized our Creator is the Creator. And then struck the boulder. And then they had that to eat. This I can remove. Okay, no, we gotta leave it a space, because I'm gonna. This here is when they go into Assyria. So the thing here is this. Yeah, because this got to go right here. Low 29. And this color, what do I give this color? Oh, you can't see that text. Let me make the text yellow. Yeah, okay, that does it. That'll do it. And I'll do this and bring that all the way back up here. And right, move down below. And I forgot the verse number, so that's not good. So what was that verse number? But the color's going to stick out. Okay, 29. 29. I'm an old guy. Hold on, slow down. 29. Okay. Now this needs to be 8 point. Because that's going to get cleaned up in the next group down. And so will this. And this is going to be 8 points, so let's get rid of that next time. And then I'll be here. And I didn't get this far cleaning up because this has all been cleaned up. These shouldn't be here. These notes should be already done. Okay. And then this here is correct. So I'll put them together. Then move down here. Now here's where I got to put David in here. Right here. Okay. And there is going to be a whole lot of text that's going to be move up under verse something here. Hey, I'll leave it gray. That might even be helpful. So this, but this all gets 8 point here. So what color do I do this one? Can't see it, so we make that one yellow. 55. Then yellow. What a day. What a day. But this psalm is now going to be truthful in the first writer's formats. That is what's happening here. But it taxed my little brain today. I thought I'd be over with this by now. I didn't think it would take me. This has got to be close to 9 hours I've been working on this. Well, let's see. This is already moved, so that's out. This has been moved here, so this text is out. All my editing should be removed here. All this. And all this. This color should be cleaned up. This has been done. This is out. This is what I think should be here. And anybody who's watched all this that I've done, you're dedicated to wanting to know the true truths. That I got to salute you. You're doing good. because I don't know of anybody who's as thirsty as I am to find the truth. So, this can all go. It's cleaned up. Listen, my people, to my story about Oz, and listen with your ears to the words from my tongue. I will open my mouth and speak of our past, for we have heard and learned, for our forefathers have told us. Now, how unique is that? There you go. All right. Now let me blow this up. This is the next group. Two little ones there? Yep. Okay. Let me grab one of them because I'm probably going to need that. And we are not to hide them from our children, for they are to tell their children to praise Yahweh for his plagues and the miracles he done for them. Them would be the children, okay? And he established an agreement with them, the 12 commandments. And since I'm mentioning the 12 commandments at this time, I might as well show you the 12 commandments. There they are, 12. In Exodus 20, verses 1 through 17. Take a quick snapshot. I'm going to count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm going to go on that he assigned the laws for Israelis, then commanded our forefathers that they are to teach them to their children. And them has to be these. I'm putting his words or his possession or our Creator's possession or his promises or his words in all capital bold. As far as I know, I'm the only one who puts the text to respect our Creator. Jesus, you'll see I do that in red as well. And be not like your fathers, and be a rebellious generation, like the descendants from East Manasseh. They did not keep his commandments and refused to live by his statutes and laws, and they forgot his plague this would be at 4. Oops, 4. They forgot his plagues and his miracles before their forefathers. This is telling them what they are, and that is separate, so this is going to be the next 2 verses. For he turned the Nile red, and from the river they could not drink. He sent among them swarms of flies. Then frogs came upon them. Then the frogs were all over. How can I say this? Then he sent frogs. From the rivers, and Egypt has rivers above. As you see on the map, there used to be 7. Now there's only 5, according to the text. So the text says 7. So I can't really doubt that, 7. So then he sent frogs from the rivers, and the frogs he destroyed. Also their crops to locusts. For they ate the sprouting green. I got 2 there. This one and this one, I know only 1. This one needs 2. Okay, good. He destroyed their trees with hailstones and also their horses and their herds and flocks with bolts of lightning. Now that's 2, this has to be 1 here. He did not spare their life from death, but covered their bodies with a plague of boils. Now I've got 2, and then after we ate, he passed over our sons and killed all their firstborn males in Egypt. Then he led them from within a cloud all daylight and all night, his cloud with light like a fire. Then, good. Then he led his people like rams to guide them, to lead them to safety by the Red Sea. And from the land of Egypt, why we divided the sea by making the waters walls for them to pass through. This is getting real. I got to get this here. This is too wide. This needs to be down 1. This needs to be actually 2, because this is now the next group. But they did not fear them. Then the sea engulfed his army. Now this is, there's missing text here. So I'm going to represent that here and here as there's missing text. And then going to make it that these 2 are there. And then, yes, then these 2 might get connected together like that. From their mouth, they were deceiving us. Now, these are the men that are going to end up contesting whether Moses is going to lead them or Aaron is going to lead them, and they were going to assign themselves to these positions. So they were lying to them about the plagues weren't really as plagues. Those last 2 miracles, yeah, they were miracles, but for in their hearts they did not truthfully. In their hearts were not truthful, for they did not trust his promises. Now his promises started with, I would say that they're talking about would be the promise of them coming out of Egypt, the one that our Creator told Israel as he was going to, the wagon showed up for him to come down to Egypt. Our Creator said, you may go down, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to bring your people out of Egypt. So your descendants out of Egypt. So this is the promises that, 1, it's okay to go, and next, they can return. For they still did not believe his plagues were his work. The anger of our Creator rose against them. Whoops. I need that 6 point. Now we have he brought their life to an end in a sudden terror and opened the land, and they descended into the abyss. Then everyone knew our Creator is the highest of gods. And I can't think of a verse to put there right now. This has to be a 6 point. And the one underneath it is a 6 point, so there's 2 of them there. Okay. But Wyvie was, and this is italic, so Whoops, gotta be control. Was compassionate and forgave their evilness and did not kill them. And then they were happy. They did not remember his plagues for not remembering, for not believing, did not kill them for their evilness, for their unbelief in him, for their unbelief. Well, this shouldn't be bold. For not believing Moses. Because that ties with the words below here, and I'm trying to hook these together. For they did not believe, so I got to get the word for here. I use the word and. For, you got to be read. For they did not believe his plagues, from the fortnights in Egypt. I use fortnights as the word months because they don't go by it, and I couldn't find a better word to mean fortnights. And that's a moon month count. And that's how pagan religions operated, from month to month, by the moon. From the fortnights in Egypt, from their fortnight, I don't need their, from the fortnights in Egypt, when he delivered them from the Egyptians' enslavement. And now we have the story. It looks like there's not text missing here, because this does continue. He struck a boulder, and water gushed forth by a hill in the desert to give them abundant water, and waters gushed forth from deeper waters and caused this water to run like a strong river. Yet they continued to be against Moses and Aaron, to rebel against Yahweh in the desert, for they put Yahweh to a test by asking for food, by saying, can he prepare us a table? Can he give us bread and provide meat for us? Yahweh heard them, and his wrath was kindled. Yet he commanded the fog to leave manna for them to eat, and gave them meat from our heaven came birds. This has to be a space here because this is a divided. Okay. They fell by our camp all around them, so they can eat to be filled, or to be full, for he gave to them to be satisfied. Now, like I said, this has got to be the story. The story of Amaleks are missing. Okay. So let me see here. Let me grab this here group here and say that at least that much is missing here. And that's easily that much is missing, because this would have been where it should be, right here. that then he led us by our tribes. I can't think of anything, but the Amaleks, and then they didn't defeat them, and then they had to go around, and then down here would be they fought Moab, and then they fought the Ammons. So that would be this one, and that's the Ammons here. Then he brought them into the promised land, into this hilly country. Then he had them drive out the kingdoms before them. Then Joshua assigned our tribe's land for inheritance. Now, there's going to be a lot of text missing here, but that group, and then this group, and then 2 down. So from here, there is going to be this. And then there's going to be probably a lot more than that missing for the story, because there's all kinds of stories here between after Joshua signed the promised land. Now, there is 300 years missing in the text. I'm going to say 300. It could be 250, but I just saying 300 because we go from Joshua assigning the promised land. Then we got all of a sudden Eli showing up, and right then it's kind of like the tribes don't have no more armies. People are falling away. Eli's sons take the chest that's holding the 12 commandments and takes it into battle, and they lose. So there's a lot of missing text here, okay? And then they wanted a king. So what Creator told them that don't like a king, but you will get a king, and they assigned Saul. And then Saul disobeyed him, and then he went and had Samuel go anoint David from the tribe of Egypt. And then there's a hill that when he moved the tent from Shiloh. So in here, this is not all being said. There's got to be words into here because he quickly covers this. He anointed David from the tribe of Judah, and on the hill for Obed, I believe that's who he is. And David paid him like a lot in talents of gold because it was supposed to be his promised land. But the object was our Creator had killed one of the priests because he touched the chest that they were carrying on poles. And then Solomon built his house. And then with evil, then they rebelled with evilness. Then it can't be they. This has got to be Israel, the nation. Israel, the nation. So the word they in Israel, the nation, needs to be different than Israel, the man or male. So I got to go up here and go here. And what I do is I make them all small caps bold. Okay. So then Israel rebelled with evilness against our Creator, for they did not keep his commandments and turned away from him, like their forefathers turned away from him, and they acted out their evilness by disobeying him with their high places, with their graven images. So need the word "and" here. With their graven images, then there's 2 spaces. When our Creator was filled with hate for them and greatly disliked the kingdom of Israel, he gave them to Assyria, our tribes to the swords, and gave the rest of our people up as captives. Now that is cool. Now, there could be a lot more said, but that was a good summary of what was happening, what had happened. So just to let you know, that was fun. That was really fun. I mean, to sit there and actually put all these together. Now, let me show you what I'm doing here a little bit, because first of all, you got to know there's 12 commandments. Once you know that there's 12 commandments and you've been being deceived, I can also show you that this is what the roof of the tent looks like when you change the word bars to arches. Okay? You go to, what is this? Exodus 26:6, and you go look at all those, and that's what this makes. So every picture you see on Google is wrong because it's actually arches. These arches were made. If you ever seen the tent for meeting, how it's got the extra off of it, and that's because the number is there for the goat hides. Goat hides were used for the roof, and ram hides around the side. Now you got to remember they're white, so his tent for meeting with him was all white. Now let me see here. What I want to do is give you an example of the Psalms. What I know, it's a summation of what I'm doing, but this is what I'm doing is every Psalm, actually, you can go through the first 20 books and get these formats, and they're easy to find once you know that they're there. But you'll see them as a statement with a period, and then two of these define this statement. And then that is a psalm or a small paragraph. This is another small paragraph, but these two make a larger paragraph. Like you've seen, I was dividing up just now. And then you'll see this happen again, and then happen again. This is revealing the first writer's words that have been distorted for 2,700 years. Some of them less, maybe 2,400 years. But that's what happens when you go through the text, and you have to know a lot. You really have to know all the stories to be able to edit the text. But it's easy enough to see that some verses don't belong, and you got to get rid of them. They're over-salted words is the way I describe them. But then these become beautiful. Now, what is really nice when it gets cleaned up, I got to show you Psalm 44, I believe. Yes, because this one is awesome. It's awesome for the fact that the text, and I didn't have to change these words. I just had to add his light of your presence. This has to be written by a priest, I believe. But the object is the light of your presence. That means our Creator was showing himself as light inside his meeting room with him above the mercy seat. That is very important to know, because our Creator is a being of light in Daniel, because there the words are a little bit hidden, but he tells it from within of the light is when our Creator was speaking to him. But we have John's words, or words that are written in the book John, about Jesus coming from his light to be our light. The angels were shining in white. The house, or the tent for meeting, was made in white. And we know that when they built the house, Solomon called it a forever house, which means they were granite blocks and not stones. And we can look by Hebron and find that there's a white granite quarry. So that's what they built the house for. And if you really like to figure out the size of the doors, the dimensions of 20 cubics by 40 cubics, or is it 60 cubics? It's 60 cubics is the inside measurement. And the blocks went around that dimension, and a cubic is 18 inches. So if you make a 18 by 18 by 18, or 111 cubic, and then the next block 112, and then 113, you can actually assemble the blocks to find out the size of the doors to the house for our Creator. And then you can put the roof on that you've seen there. But there's a lot of information that needs to be told truthfully. But I'm kind of at the end of today. I'm getting a little, here's a real good prophecy about Jesus. And not much left of the text of some of these Psalms. But like I said, there's a lot to learn. But I hope you stop by and visit. I'm trying to do these right now from 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, or New York time. And that is to reach Europe at the evening time. And then to catch the East Coast here. So I've been streaming for about 6 hours and talking the whole time. I'm about done for the day, really burnt out. But I'm hoping you'll stop by, and I've got the chat rooms open so I can see them here. They're hidden behind me and the text that you see above. But I can read text. I know that when the stream goes this long, the delay becomes almost 20 minutes from the time I'm speaking right now before you hear me. So it's kind of odd to see that, although I'm seeing that right now that it's not that bad on YouTube, which is kind of odd. It seems like it's down there less than that. Earlier in the day, it was definitely either it wasn't coming to me or not, but I guess the delay is too pretty good. Drop frames only 375 today for 6 hours and 10 minutes. So, but if you got any questions, you want to know anything about the Bible, let me know, because what I'm doing with this, and a lot of people don't know this, is that you can't really trust who's editing the Bible. The 1611 preface has words from the translators. Look at these words. A great clerk, Gregory the Divine, they give him a capital D. And up here, they tell you why they can edit, anybody can edit the text. But they have one here that's really neat. The light and feeling we attained unto ourselves. Now this one you've got to read into. But they were happy that the Roman emperor or king had corrected the calendar in the order according to the course of the sun, and they give a capital letter on the word sun. That's the sun god Ra they're talking about. That's why there's an Egyptian obelisk in the Vatican courtyard. Now, what calendar were they going by before this? Well, after Nebuchadnezzar got done eating grass, he said, hey, everybody, we're going by the Hebrew calendar, and we're going to make it the summer solstice is the first day of the year, according to our Creator. Because I just woke up eating grass for 3 years or something like that. But then you got to understand, these guys aren't the good guys. There's a lot more I could say about them, but I want to mention one more. Lastly, the end and reward for the study thereof, that thereof is the text you're going to read, which is known as the Bible, is just to have a fellowship with saints and a participation of the heavenly nature. They don't believe our Creator created everything. There's such a thing as a heavenly nature. But anyways, now that you know that there's a lot of oversalted words in the text, you can then start correcting the text. To find these hidden formats are pretty easy. But then it's the word correcting and understanding, like what you were seeing what I was doing. This was a puzzle that was needed a lot of work. But again, I guess I'm going to call it an evening. And I hope you enjoyed what you see and learned, because this is Jesus's prophecy. And that is to be revealing the true truths about Jesus. We have, when you find out who the helper is, the text, when you clean up the text of the helper, there's two stories. This is one, this is the other. And I am he, I am the helper. So if there's any text you want to know about, I'll teach the truth of that. But I'm calling it an end for today, and hope you enjoyed what you're seeing, and tell other people. Have a good night.